Hello, this is the Red Pill here at the Red Pill Dispensary, and it's very good to see you guys. It's been a while. Am I live? You know, I just gotta thank somebody for the tip. It worked. I was told to lay low. Am I live? If I'm live, then it worked. I've only been able to upload or do it from my phone. Am I actually live? You know what? I was supposed to be live. I'm late. Ooh, I'm a little bit late. I am live. Live for like is it? All right. All right. Sorry, guys. Sorry for that. It's been a while since YouTube's let me go live, so I'm actually live. And hello to everybody. And yeah, anyone worried about? I didn't mean to send the wrong message. I was just trying to show while I was at the hospital how empty. I couldn't believe how empty the hospital. People don't want to go there. I guess they're scared. I was scared to go there, but I was told by the doctor I had to go right away. But she was worried about something with the brain. Ended up being fine. So it's either a tooth or a dislocation. I'm fine. But it just I've been a lot of pain here, here, and here. I don't know. It's not the head though. I was a little bit worried about that because I was in a car accident, hit my head, broke the windshield, not only 3 months ago. So that ended up being, that made me a little bit worried. But at least knowing that's okay and there's no infection. I was worried, infection, and then if you don't take care of an infection, guys, it'll get into your blood. Speaking of blood, we're going to be talking about some tests. We're going to be maybe kind of doing a little bit of a deep dive. Now, we know that there's cures out there for certain things, in particular, for sure, HIV or AIDS. We know that there's cures for this stuff. I mean, look at Magic Johnson, right? How much is he worth? I mean, he owns one of the most expensive franchises there is in all of sports, and he looks great. He looks better than somebody his age, a normal guy his age. So we know that there not only is cures, but there has been cures. And I've seen this this like rumor going around, like Google these numbers. It's just a patent number, really, what you get. And that's what I want to get to. But I looked at the patent, and I glanced at it before, but then I started doing some deep digging into the company. That was kind of a dead end. Then I started looking into some of like what they were talking about with the molecular structure and all that, and that's when I struck gold. Because not only there's something called it's in the title. It's called tetra silver. I'm sorry. Literally, this is stuff like I just came across. It's the name of the video. Tetra silver. I got it in the title. I'll pull it up right now. You guys see. It's pretty. All right. Oh, I got all Amanda's stuff up here. All right. All right. So, come on here. Now, these are. You've probably seen this. I know 697 is one of them. You've probably seen this image. Let's see. It's like Google this number. Let me see. I'm not really seeing them. But I'll just type it straight in. I know the molecular. All right, so that's fine. I just wanted to show you guys, like, people have like come across this, but it's this thing. This is amazing. This technology, because I started thinking, I'm like, wait, so this is back in the early '90s, and now that we have CRISPR. If you guys don't know what CRISPR is, we'll go into that. I know a lot of you do. We've gone over that recently, actually. There it is. So tetrasilver tetroxide. That's the name of it. So I had it right. So tetrasilver. Here we go. So you see this? Want to know a secret? See this? 567 697 6977. Just Google it. So this is something that's been around, right? People have looked into it. But I haven't seen anybody, because I was looking around, that really started getting into this tetrasilver. The only reason this stuff pops up is because it's in the literature. I mean, there's so many pages that you have to go through. But I skimmed through, and I was looking for what was really like what was really what was what it is, it like fires up electrons. And as soon as I heard that, I thought of CERN. So I Googled CERN along with this tetrasilver tetroxide. And that's when I started getting some amazing results that I want to share with you guys. And also, we're going to be going over tomorrow, as you guys know, is June 21st. It's obviously a known satanic and historic day, the summer solstice. It's the day that all the temples that the Mayans built, all of a sudden there'll be a like a little circle, and that little circle only on June 21st at like exactly at noon or something like that. It'll go directly through that circle and illuminate the whole temple. And then there's places like Stonehenge that are built around it. There's then there's stuff that some people argue it might not be natural, but it seems to be natural. If you guys have heard of the mound with the snake eating the egg, which lines up with what the Bible says, except it's a dragon, but same thing. A reptile. So I mean, if a dragon was I guess it was, same thing, I guess. Dragon, snake, we all know what that represents. Eating the egg. So eating the seed of the pregnant woman. That's all in the Bible, Revelations. And so that a bunch of people go there, and they have a bunch of every year they all dress up and have their Luciferian celebrations. Now, the real Satanists are in these certain temples. For instance, there's one, is it in France? No, not France. It might be actually like it's actually Switzerland, and it's right by remember, if you guys know of I should be showing you guys this stuff. Well, you know what? How about this? Instead of looking at me, all right. So I'll start. As I talk, I'm gonna show. Okay, so here we go. I didn't even know I wasn't sharing screen. Sorry about that. Anyways, how you guys doing? Anyway, before we get into this, it's gonna be deep. Yes, feeling better. Thank you, Shabir. 5x5. Nice to hear. You're live. Thank you, Keith Martin. Sig, how you doing, brother? I got your message. Yeah. So, no, believe it or not, everything I'm doing today, it's non-Q. That's the thing. See, I could do like 10 shows in a row right now. Just all the shows I wanted to do 2 weeks ago, that would fill up like 5 shows. And then I could just do Q or many shows. You know what? I might even just give you guys a glimpse as to how I see patterns in the Q posts through the numbers, and show you how I break them down, and mathematically you can predict what the next one will be, when the next one will be, and even what it's going to be related to. It's unbelievable. So I'll even just show you guys an example, because just the last ones I broke them. I made them all even out to zero. That's the idea. Yeah, I'll show you guys. It's just maybe and when you go into the military, they give you a test, and it's like an aptitude test, like what you're good at. If you're really like someone who understands building, you're gonna become like a CB in the Navy. For me, it was cryptology. It just happened to be in military intelligence with the clearance. Just happened to be that. And sometimes I look at things, I see patterns, and I noticed this a while ago with the Q stuff, but I really got deep into it the past couple months. And I'll show you guys an example of that as well. But I want to stay on topic. I'm gonna share screen here, and I'm gonna like show as I speak. So we'll start with the cures. Bam. Okay. Oh, really, Keith? Oh, all right, nice. So you know how it is up here, man. By the way, so I go. Let me say one more thing. So I go right last week. They finally opened up the barber shops here. I mean, New Hampshire. I mean, that New Hampshire is like it can go red or blue. It's like it leans red, especially nowadays. But I think Clinton won it though. But I don't know. I don't know if she truly won it. I mean, they did a lot. We wait until you guys see what's coming with that. By the way, woo, it's gonna be crazy. Um, 50 people have already been subpoenaed. Basically, everyone that you can think about. So I won a bunch of bets because watch is about to happen here. It's gonna be crazy, and then they're saving the big ones for after. All right. So, anyways, we'll stay on topic. So, yeah, Keith. Anyways, so I went to get a haircut because look at me, I look like Wolverine. My hair is wicked long. It gets to the point where like it starts to curl if I leave it too long. It's like, oh. So I go to get a haircut, and I'm like, yeah, I need the beard. She's like, we don't do beards. I'm like, what do you mean? And I'm not wearing a mask. She's like, well, first of all, you need to wear a mask. And I'm like, oh God. But I always had like a bandana on me, so like a little bandana on. I'm like, all right. And she's like, but we don't do beards. I'm like, you can't just lift it and do the beard and like go cover my mouth or I won't breathe. Or she's like, no, we don't do beards. Like, what kind of crazy shit is this? Seriously. I actually just recently, unbelievably, know someone personally, very family member. All right, considering my connection to my a family member, 90 years old, that got it. I can say that he got it. Now, one can say that, hey, these tests, they say you have it, but it's really because, I've heard people say stuff like something in the flu shot. You guys know how I feel. I believe it's a real thing, but I believe it's a nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing to worry about. And it's just proven because he got it and it's been a while now. He's fine. He got a little bit like he had a little bit like a little bit of a side effect. Boom, he's fine. 90 years old with Alzheimer's. I mean, I was worried that they were gonna like take him out just to get another number. I really was. But no, he has Alzheimer's. He mentally isn't, but physically he's okay. And beat it. 90 years old, like nothing, like it was the cold. I mean, he is a Korean vet, Marine, Simplify, hoorah. He beat that shit like it was a cold. So I ain't worried about COVID even one bit. You know what I mean? But here in Mass, they still, everywhere you go, mask, 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 mask. Yep. I mean, I just want to say it's pretty obvious who it is by what I'm saying, you know, my connection through my daughter, family, you know. But yeah, and it's weird. I got worried because it's like they almost seem like the black population got it, and I was worried that maybe it was like because we all know it was made in a lab. This was made in a lab, as was AIDS. All right, the way AIDS, you know what it does? It gets in, and then it replicates all the healthy cells. It replicates, and damages all these cells. But there's a way to fight it, and that's what I'm about to show you guys. And there's a way, and they've known it for a long time. So here we go. So want to know a secret, right? So this is nothing new. See, there's gonna be things like it can't. There's gonna be, you know what, might not be the best example. There's gonna be these little ones that let me see, I just wanna, do you want to know a secret? 567-6977. Well, let's do it. 567-6977. Right? So this is what you get. And a lot of people have done this. This isn't anything breaking. It's probably new to a lot of you. It was new to me. I think it was. I'm pretty sure I came across it at one point, and I just kind of thought, like, yeah, right. But no, it's a real patent. Real patent. And I started digging. You know what? All the digging I did was on my phone, of course. Of course, on my phone, which I have right here. So no, is that for you guys? Yeah. The diamagnetic semiconducting molecular crystal silver tetroxide. And you see the molecular structure there. Ag, I believe that's argon. So 4 of argon, 4 of oxygen, is utilized for destroying the AIDS virus, destroying AIDS, synergistic pathogens, and immunity suppressing. I've never seen that word. Muay Thais? ISM in humans. A single intravenous injection of the device is all that is required for efficiency at levels of about 40 ppm of human blood. The device molecular crystal contains 2 mono and 2 trivalent silver ions capable of firing electrons, capable of electrocuting the AIDS virus. Now, once I saw that, I started thinking of CERN. And I thought, you know, what if CERN took this and you know, really broke this down, started smashing it together with the LHC. So, let's see. When a minute, and then I also was thinking, what about? I mean, now we have CRISPR, which can remove certain genes and, you know, remove and replace genes and things like that. So I started wondering about that as well. When administered into the bloodstream, the device electrons will be triggered by pathogens, a proliferating virus, and ISM. And when fired, will simultaneously trigger a redox chelation mechanism, resulting in divalent silver. There it is again. well, Mai Tais, I don't know what the hell that is, which chelate and bind active sites of the entities, destroying them. The devices are completely non-toxic. However, they put stress on the liver. Exactly. That's what I'm going to tell you guys about, causing hepatology. But there is no loss of liver function. So when right away, I started looking at the, you know, the arguments against this treatment. And basically what it came down to was exactly that like, and we're talking about people who are at the stage of what they call it wasting. Basically they're like wasting away. And people even in that state, 2 out of 4 got better. The other 2, maybe they were just too far along to be helped. But this is something that's been debated, and then all of a sudden it kind of disappeared. It's kind of funny how they decided, you know what, it's safer to just use a combination of medications, and there's no liability that way. That's one reason. The bigger reason being, if you're a big pharma, do you want them to be able to give them a shot that fires electrons? And it's been proven. Not one person can say that it doesn't kill the HIV. That is not disputed. Not one paper I read says that it doesn't kill the HIV. It kills it. But they're worried about, okay, it kills it, but it can cause other problems. And usually it's the liver. But like it says, there is no loss of liver function. Now, this is back in the 90s. And now in 2020, if you don't think that they found a way to make this, like it said, it's completely non-toxic. It's just the firing of the electrons, everything's filtered through your liver. You're a drinker, or the drugs, it all goes through your liver. So, it does affect the liver, but it doesn't cause loss of liver function. You're not going to die right there. So I can see why they'd be maybe worried about some liability causing hepatology. Now let's see exactly what we're doing. I mean, if you have HIV, wouldn't you just be like, yeah, go ahead? I'm not gonna lose liver function. I'm gonna have let's see exactly what we're looking at. Abnormal enlargement of the liver. So your HIV will be gone, but you'll have an enlargement of the liver. Can it be cured? And it depends upon the underlying disorders that cause your liver enlargement. Some of the treatments will recommend may include medications, treatment. It's always medication. Listen, now that they have CRISPR, now that they have things like CERN where they're smashing these particles together, they have cures for all of this. So I did all my research on the phone. So I'm just gonna pull something up, and I'll put it right on the screen. It's unbelievable. It really is. And this pisses me off personally because I feel for these people with HIV, and people, and who the number one HIV researcher is, Dr. Lying Fauci. I mean, we exposed him as soon as he came out. As soon as he came out of the gate, we had the dirt on him. You just go back, you can watch that video. Actually, I've done a few videos on him. Yeah, you can check him out. He's the one that has the patent for the glycoprotein 120, which is the spike protein, which is when you look at the coronavirus, you see the spikes in it. That's what makes it attach and makes it spread so easy, because basically those spikes go right into the cell and infect the cells. And they are a 100% replica of the glycoprotein GP120 in HIV. 100% replica. When you look at the RNA and they print it all out, 100% replica. But it's natural. It's natural. It came from a bat. Neither the virus going around now or AIDS was natural, in my opinion. I mean, I want to say like for sure, for fact, but I'll stick to in my opinion. But I've been doing a lot of research on this stuff. So, okay, so check this out. Oh, what's this? Now, we were talking about HIV, correct? Well, usually when you have something that is amazing like this, it could just, I mean, like I said, there's no debate that it doesn't kill the HIV. It kills the HIV. Well, maybe it works on other things, right? Well, let's read. So they did a study. Conclusions of the IV, the intravenous, into your bloodstream. They would, put it into your bloodstream. Tetrasilver tetroxide study. Tetrasilver tetroxide is preferably delivered in an IV solution to inhibit undesirable side effects, which helps with the problem with the liver side effects. Tetrasilver tetroxide administered by IV appears to stop the growth of the breast cancer. So not only does it kill HIV, but when they used it in a test for breast cancer, and it boom, it keeps growing, and you go through different stages, and I mean, basically all of us know somebody who's been affected by that. Amanda, can you give me my charger, please? The computer's about to die during the stream. It's right there in the wall. I don't want this to die. Please, Amanda. So, tetrasilver tetroxide. That's not it. Can you get Amanda? Because it's like about to die. So can you guys believe that? So let me repeat that. Tetrasilver tetroxide administered by IV appears to stop the growth of the breast cancer. Now, this isn't like some study where they're, just like trying to prove something, or they have some patents that they want to make sure are involved so that they can make money, like Fauci. That's what he's all about. That's what Fauci's all about. That's what Redfield's all about. And they were the leading researchers. Redfield was supposed to come up with the HIV vaccine back in '93. If you guys go back and watch my old stream, you'll see that, and I lay it all out for you guys. And he got caught, basically favoring the GP 160 as a way of, stopping the. All right, I'm just gonna plug in a charger real quick. Yeah, and this is I can show you guys all of this. It's just I've done whole videos on it, so I mean, and it's in the title. But so you guys can check those out. But basically, I'll just repeat it a little bit. So he back in the day, that's what he did, and he would try to do all these studies, and they weren't working, and he was reporting false results. He got in trouble with the army. But you know what happens with all these people? Same thing as Fauci. He got in trouble too for doing what they call parallel track testing, where the FDA or the CDC, they kind of go about things slow. Now lately, cutting some red tape, Trump's got things to move fast. Now I'm in no rush to see a vaccine for this. I don't think that we need one. I'd rather see a treat. This is one of the cases where I'd rather see a treatment, because I'm worried about the biometric. I mean, we've already gone over it, but it's not going. They know that everyone's so worried about the shot, but you gotta understand it's gonna probably be a transdermal patch, not to get off point, but a like a patch that they put on you that dissolves, and then there'll be quantum dots. This is all I've gone through all of the literature, and you can see that in past videos as well. And these quantum dots um, will they can, with 5G or whatever the communication system is. It could be, it doesn't have to be 5G, it could be anything. But with that, I shouldn't even say that word. But yeah, it communicates with that. It basically it transmits up, and as long as you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, it sends you cryptocurrency. So they already got all the patents. It's in the patents that you find what the plans are for the future. They already have patents for these like radar guns that can scan you and tell if you got a vaccine. Well, why would they do that? Well, kind of gives you a peek of the future, and it's worrisome. I mean, it's like why would they need that? And how would they know? Well, one, you have the quantum dot. Two, when the actual from the trend when it dissolves into you, that's the drug or the VX, VX, vaccine, that'll go right into, and it will have nano, probably most likely, they've been trying out different ways. Like it seems like right now silver seems to be the best, like a it's also the best thing to take for certain things. I keep on hearing people talking about taking silver. I'm too worried to take it because it's also involved with the nano technology, silver nanotechnology. So it's getting to the point where we're talking about things that you can't even see with your eyes, but they will affect everything. But I just want to make a point here. This is the point I'm trying to make, that this cures. And if anyone ends up in this situation and knows somebody, don't feel like a conspiracy theorist to ask. Well, doctor, do you have any opinion on like tetrasilver tetroxide administered by IV? It's okay to ask. It's good to ask questions. I ask a lot of questions. I mean, I had 3 nurses and 2 doctors attending to me. That's how they like wanted to stay busy. You could tell there's nobody there, and this is like a huge hospital, huge hospital. So let's continue. Silver tetroxide appears to stimulate the normal breast cells and allows them to replace the anaphasic cells in the breast carcinoma. Carcinoma. I know that word. So I'm trying. What is that even? So it appears to stimulate. So it stimulates the normal cells and has them replaced. This probably means like an affected cell. Like I'm not a doctor, obviously, but I know how to do my research, and I'm assuming that this would be an affected cell in the breast carcinoma. That would be in the cancer. That would be the cancer, I believe. And then tetrasilva tetroxide appears to cure infiltrative breast carcinoma in a 24-day period. So I just want to make sure that I'm pretty sure I know what it means. But I'm pretty sure it's basically just like the cancer. But just to be sure, let's I don't want to leave anything to breast carcinoma. It's breast cancer. Yeah. It's just another it's the scientific way of saying breast cancer. That's all. Yeah, see. Breast cancer most often begins with cells in the milk producing ducts, invasive ductal carcinoma. It means cancer. That's what I thought. I just want to like be totally transparent. Just everything out there. So let's read that again with that in mind. Tetrasilver tetroxide appears to cure infiltrative breast cancer in a 24-day period. Then why are football teams still wearing their friggin' pink stupid day? Now, don't get me wrong. I love the gesture. I think it's just lame. You know what I mean? I mean, like breast cancer awareness. We are all aware of breast cancer, and some people get mad at me for saying that, but I just think it's when I watch a football game, I just want to enjoy the game, especially now that we don't even have sports. They took that away. I mean, they can have the games. I mean, UFC proved that. UFC proved you can do that, and they're friggin' fighting to the death. You know what I mean? Like baseball, you're talking about social distancing. They're like 50 feet away from each other, more. I mean, it's crazy. It's just unbelievable. You could just test everybody. It's not. They have the quick tests. You could just do a quick test on everybody. And anyways, they're all like young men in great shape. And like I said, I have someone in the family, 90-year-old, beat it like nothing. So now I do know that it's not just a media created thing. I mean, it's actually like out there. No, yeah, somebody could definitely say, "Oh, well, that's only because the tests are there's something with the tests." I don't know. Someone could say that. I don't think so. I think, and he's in a nursing home, so it makes sense. It makes sense. It seems like that's where they get it, and it's now been proven. And we can go into that as well. All these Democratic governors, Democratic states, all blue states, putting people into nursing homes that don't have the capacity to quarantine and handle the patient. Even if like there's things like even if you don't change your gloves, you touch something and then all of a sudden you spread it to everybody in the nursing home, which has happened time and time and time again. One of the worst cases of it, actually, that was like one of the first when it first started spreading. That's what happened, right, in Washington. And one of the worst ones that happened was in my hometown, and it's a place that was very close to where I grew up and near and dear to me, just because I have so many memories right at that area. And it's of course it's low income, a low income type of nursing home, and they got nailed. And so those are the places that got it. And he's in a very nice one. I thought he was safe there, but it's these nursing homes. I just don't. I'm very skeptical. I'm worried because they know that the population is waking up to it. Well, what happens all of a sudden? We go from stay in to get out there and and practice your First Amendment. It's just ridiculous. I mean, people are just sheep. I'm sorry. People are sheep. But I do support what they're doing in Oklahoma. It's not so much that I think that the people getting together, there will be an increase, obviously. Now they're like, now that's what they're saying now. There's increases, and I was hearing it in my area. People were telling me, oh, there's a huge increase. It's starting to go way up. And I go to the hospital and no one's there. So I don't know. I just know that anything I see on the media is not true. Which is why I need to, now that I'm live again, I don't want to screw it up. And I've already said a few words I shouldn't have. But, I'm not the type to censor myself. You guys know this. I don't like that. Anyways. So cure infiltrative breast cancer, okay, in a 24-day period. Tetrasilver tetrahydride appears to cure. And did you see what we just read? Where does it start? In the milk ducts, the milk producing ducts in the breast. Well, you wanna hit it where it begins, right? That'd be the idea. Tetrasilver tetrahydride appears, and you can tell this is like a legit study because they're not trying to push it. They say with everything they say appears. They don't make it 100% definitive. Any scientist, that's the way they speak. If it's not like 100%, like there's no way you can dispute it. Like the only thing that they'll say about tetrasilver tetroxide as far as definitive is that it will kill all the HIV. There's no debate about that. It'll kill them all. It's just the side effects that they eventually, people like Fauci have their patents. And, they wanted their medicine that involves their patents to be some cocktail and then Big Pharma makes out as well. And so does the people who have the patents. Whereas the people who have these patents are a totally different group of people. And this didn't catch. Well, I'm hoping that the Q's promise that some cures are going to start coming out. And I think they've already started with this hydroxychloroquine, something extremely cheap, something that Big Pharma does not want people to, use. They've already proven that with their fake studies. They basically, at a VA, they just like kept track and tried to use it on some patients that were already literally like about to die. And then they used those numbers as a study when it was never a study in the first place. They just kept track and tried to save them in their dying days. You can't just take it like when you're already about to die. You need to take it before that, way before that. No, wait, you just need to take it. You can't take it in your last days, basically. Ideally, you could even take it preventative. And that's why Trump says these things. He's like, I'm taking it. Yeah, I heard it might have some preventative properties. That is him telling us. Now, am I taking it? No. But because I'm not even worried about it. But if I was older, if I had, certain medical problems, yeah, I'd be taking it. And by the way, it's not the hydroxychloroquine that helps you. It's the zinc. the hydroxychloroquine just pushes the zinc into the cell. It gives it that like shove it needs to really get in there and push out whatever this man-made virus is. Okay, because it is man-made. They test these things on poor prisoners in other countries, poor people in Africa. If they die, that's the bioweapon. If they live, that's the patent they're going to make for a treatment. It's sad but true. So, like we were talking about with the milk ducts, we have the tetrodotoxin appears to cure ductile carcinoma, special type, medullary breast carcinoma in a 30-day period. So cure the ductile, which is where it starts. The ductile carcinoma, that's where the breast cancer starts. So special type and medullary breast carcinoma in a 30-day period. I mean, we're talking about cures of breast cancer and HIV and AIDS. I mean, we're talking AIDS, not even HIV. We're talking like you've already gone through HIV, you're in the AIDS stage. Like you're on your way out. And tetrasilver tetroxide has been proven to be able to kill it. And they're in a period, it's called like the wasting syndrome or something like that, when like they're wasting away, I guess. Tetrasilver tetroxide appears to cure infiltrative lobular breast cancer in a 30 days period. I mean, let's see what that is. Because I don't know what it is. So this might be like a different type. It's a type of, it is. It's a different that begins in the milk producing glands of the breast. That's what we were talking about, right? Invasive cancer means the cancer cells are broken out of the lobule where they began and have potential to spread to the lymph nodes and other areas of the body. And that's what it's all about. It starts there, it spreads, and then it starts spreading to other. It's the lymph nodes, and then all of a sudden it's popping up in other places. A lot of times when you have cancer, I mean, as we all know, especially if you don't catch it early. I mean, my mother went through not exactly breast cancer, but 2 different types at once. And she beat it, and she's alive and doing great. It's all about catching it early. But with treatments like this, I mean, think of the promise. Think of just all the people that have been affected. I mean, I think it's just all the family members I have, all the friends, all the young. Just, I mean, we're just talking breast cancer. I mean, who knows what it would do with all these other types of cancers? But they definitely did a test in the breast cancer. I don't see why it would only. I'm not a what are they called that just do the cancer? I'm not even gonna. They just do cancer. Those doctors. I'm not one of those, but I don't know. Common sense tells me if it can cure breast cancer, it might be worth a try in other types. I guess it would be a little bit more invasive, but this is all through IV. So, you would think it would just go wherever the cancer is. I mean, I doubt that they put it into a vein that's in the breast. You know what I mean? I think it just goes into the bloodstream. and it'll make its way. And when it comes across these cells that are anaphasic, as we see in number 3 here. Oh man, I messed that up. Why is this acting weird? This is acting up on me. And number 3 here, and the anaphasic cells, that I believe that those are the ones that are affected. And I'm just figuring out as I go. I mean, you would think that, let's say it's something else, it'll come across those ones and do the same thing. And what it does is it fires electrons. That's it's like a electric reaction. It's pretty amazing. And also, they just found out, just for you nerds that love like the quantum mechanics stuff, when we talk about D-wave and quantum computers, they found out that instead of magnetic resonance, electric resonance is way more sufficient. And of course, they came out with that news at the peak of coronavirus, so nobody hears about it. And I think that they found that out way longer. They said they just found it. I think they've known this because, I mean, we're talking that affects national security. I mean, just my understanding, which is vast, and secure comms, it is so important. These quantum computers, I mean, they could phase out cryptology once you reach a certain number of qubits, and I'm pretty sure they've reached that number. They say they're at the 5,000 model. I think they're 2 models past that. I'm thinking like 20,000 model. All right, so like the next would be 10,000 and 20,000. It just keeps exponentially going. That's just another amazing subject I will talk about. But anyways, they found out that electric resonance, and also the guy who first woke me up when I first started watching YouTube channels, and my first time ever on YouTube was on Richie from Boston, and I told him, he said, "Did you find watching me?" And I didn't want to lie. He was one of the first, but he wasn't the first. But I was watching Anthony Patch. Then Anthony Patch paired up with Richie from Boston, and then I started watching Richie from Boston. He covered, the God. We were talking about earlier, the Godhead tunnel ceremony, where all the leaders of the world were there, and they were doing like it wasn't even hiding how satanic this was. And it was an old story about a goat, and it had a lot of history. It was like a mountain, because the Alps, the Swiss Alps, so they put it through, and it's a tunnel into France, and it's right by CERN. So there's a CERN connection as well. And CERN was a big part of this. A lot of you guys know about it, the Goddard Tunnel. We can look at it if you want afterwards. We'll finish this first. Okay, so although certain patients develop mild cases of, here's that again. We know what that is now. Enlarged liver, the hepatology. It's an enlarged liver, although you keep your liver function. The liver functioning was not, as we already knew that, as evidenced by the normal levels of liver function enzymes in the bloodstream. So basically, your liver gets enlarged, but the functions are still normal. And your cancer's gone. Your AIDS is gone. Why the fuck aren't they using this type of technology? They knew this back in the 90s. Just pisses me off thinking of all the people who've died. Being inspected after 3 weeks or more had elapsed, and compared with similar humans that had been given placebos, were completely cured of AIDS. Let's see where it continued. The control group still manifested AIDS. Well, the control group is that the placebo group. Accordingly, the tetrasilver tetroxide device performed in concert with and in full conformity with the ultimate objection of this invention. Furthermore, 3 out of 4 waste. See the wasting syndrome? This is what I was talking about. So they're like, it's not HIV. These are people with AIDS on their way out, and they were able to cure them at that level, at that stage. If they could do it at that stage, imagine what they could do at a way earlier stage. I mean, nowadays they're pretty good at catching it. I mean, they were saying that HIV was going to be eradicated in 10 years. They said that about 5 years ago. I don't think they're going to meet that goal. Because of a little bit of a comeback with all the IV drug use. So let's see. And this is something like kind of near and dear to me. I've shared with you guys. In 2007, I was told by a crooked doctor who ended up in jail for insurance fraud out of Brookline, Massachusetts. And I don't give a fuck. Doctor, look him up. Dr. Kishore, 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 out of Brookline. He told me I had HIV, and I'll never forget it. 7707, July 7th, 2007. And every July 7th, I think about it, and it fucking pisses me off. And I thought I had it for a long, well, I was told I definitely didn't have it like 6 to 9 months after. But you don't believe it. You think it's just dormant. You know what I mean? So I really thought I had it for a few years. I had just gotten back from the military. I mean, it screwed up my life. I don't like blaming things like, oh, it screwed up my life. But it did. It affected things. That's all of a sudden when I got in a little bit of trouble with the law. You stop giving a fuck. But I didn't have sex with anybody. I didn't do, I just could never do that. I mean, people just do, but I didn't have sex for that whole time. And we're talking about a young, 23-year-old man not having sex for about 18 months. Even though, they told me like 6 to 9 months that I didn't. It was a specialist. He was like, he said 99.99%. But I still believed it. It's crazy. Meanwhile, there's things like this. So that is definitely something to look into further, because it's just they have the, so let's see. So wasting syndrome. Look at the ages. Look how young some of these people are. Most of them are younger than me. Look how young they are. See, I don't know if I can make sense of this. Oh. So these are the ones who died. Death. Weight. Look at their weight. That's their weight over there, right on the right. They're 82 and 76. IF. INF. What does that mean? INF. Are those the different? I don't know. It almost seems like cool. One of them is negative, though. Is that negative? H negative? Let's see. I don't understand that one. Pain. TF. Symptoms. I don't understand this enough. I'm not going to even try. Before an audit and GLP standards. Application for repeat preclinical trial on animals and clinical trial on a patient of the drug tetrasil as described in the conducted clinical trial described in patent number, and that's the one 5676977. And also there's a new patent number, by the way, I looked up, because that patent number, it ended in 2014. It says something about like unpaid fees, like the fees stopped getting paid. Well, that's because they switched it and it has a totally different patent. And I think there's a reason they did that. I think too many people had caught on. Not a lot of people, but enough that they were worried and they switched it. Well, I found the new patent number, and it's the same exact verbiage. It's the same. Everything's the same. So it's kind of shady how that happened. So you see that maybe this is why. So United States methods of using electron active compounds for managing cancer, method curing AIDS with tetrasil molecular crystal devices, molecular crystal device for pharmaceuticals, a pharmacological and toxicological profile of silver as an antimicrobial agent in medical devices. List of text from the above mentioned documents. Oh, and then I read all this. We went over this part. By the way, this is the inventor. He deserves to be recognized. Dr. Marvin S. Antleman out of Rehoboth, Illinois. And it looks like he worked with somebody. That's his company. Oh, yeah, so this is the company that I was looking into. It didn't lead anywhere because it's basically the same information because it's the same guy. But then he has this one as well, Antleman Technologies. Oh, that's not it. The new patent number, I think I know it by heart. I did at least 614 / I did know it by heart before. Let's see. So I don't know if there's anything else worth. All right, so here's like, you can kind of see. And you can see like it this stuff doesn't come out of nowhere. So it started off with someone named Weiser who had and this is just who has the patent. I've learned now, like looking into Fauci and Redfield, that the guy with the patent isn't always, the hero. That might just be the guy who stole it or, is the head and he says, all right, yep, well, I paid for it. So move aside, doc. I'm getting that patent. They have them shut down their study and pretend that they failed, and then they take it and make it their own. That's something that what's his name, Fauci, is famous for. Have you guys seen what he said lately? Now he's saying, I only told people that they shouldn't wear masks at the beginning because we needed them for the doctors. Now, we heard this in other places. I mean, if you tried to buy them on Amazon, you couldn't buy them. Now, if you were watching my channel, you would have known back in mid-January to get your N95 masks. I was reporting on it in mid-January, way before, there was, you could buy thousands on the cheap, on the real cheap, and people did, and assholes, then sold them for like 100 times the price. Like the country of China, they bought up a bunch. That's really what China did. They bought up all the medical equipment. They knew what was coming to the world. Listen, guys, there is a lot of chatter. I'm worried about what's going on in the Pacific. That's all I'm going to say right now, because I'm going to do a full video on it. But a lot of chatter about things going on. So, anyways, I just want to give Fox Jr. I mean, who knows? They might have stole from somebody, but we'll give them. So, is the AIDS virus science fiction? What? I don't know about that. What's that? Claims a method of treating AIDS afflicted humans, and we also know breast cancer as well. Compromising injecting ML2 tetrasilver tetroxide molecular crystals into the bloodstream of the human subject. I think we get it, right? I think we get it. Background, like I said, the molecular structure is 4 argon 4 and it's funny because I remember everybody looking at the molecular structure of the virus right now. This molecular structure is pretty interesting. Let's check it out. And we're gonna get into the summer solstice, which is friggin' crazy. Crazy. Tomorrow is I would say the most satanic day since 2001. We'll talk about it. I'll tell you why. And what happened in 2001? That was a crazy year, right? What's been the craziest year since 2001? Yeah, 2020. I would say 2020 got 2001 beat. Tetra Silva. It's just a different way. That was like shock. But this has just been just bomb story after bomb story. Yet the biggest story hasn't even dropped yet. So this is the craziest year. I mean, no matter how old you, unless you were around for World War II, Tetra Silva, and we're not done. So this is different than what I saw before. That is weird. Wait. I gotta see when they have to connect them. Let's see. There's one that's very interesting. I'm not seeing the one I want to see, unfortunately. Textra. Let me. Oh, you know what? I suck. I should be checking on the chat more. How you guys doing? Oh, trust me too. I really do. Because the other option is this: if Q is not legit, it's not like some fake guy in a basement. I can promise you that it would be artificial intelligence. It could even be artificial intelligence combined with something like a D wave. And D wave, just that technology, just that the fact that it exists proves that there are other dimensions. It proves it. absolutely proves that there's other dimensions. I can tell that the stream is going a little slow. Huh. You gotta be careful. So, I mean, it could just be AI. That's my you got that right, brother. All right, so now we're gonna get into something that isn't so. Yeah, some of that could have, I could have shortened that a bit, but okay. Now, for those who stuck around, so at least I know at the 1 hour and 10-minute mark, we get into it. This tomorrow, June 21st, Father's Day. That's interesting as well. Is also a solar eclipse. Yeah. Did you guys know that? You know that? I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Had no idea. Wasn't even on my mind. I don't follow that stuff. Like, I try to stay away from anything zodiac. I don't follow that stuff. That's more like a Marfy. Marf. That's his type of stuff, looking up in the sky, all that. I don't know. That's just not what I do. I just do things a different way, and that's fine. Everyone has a different way of doing things, because when it comes to certain things, I like to go there. But then, crazy predictions and none of that came true. When I tell you guys, hey, on this date, watch out, boom, boom, what happened? Yeah, that was when it all kicked off. I told you guys the exact day, because it's all in the numbers in the queue. Now, like I said, it can be because it's AI, or I am praying because I have pushed it. It's the only thing that I don't claim as fact. I will claim as fact that it's legit information, legit intel, because it all checks out. He's, I say he, but the team has proven time and time and time and time again, to do they predict all these things that are happening. And Tony hit it. But that's not what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. Tomorrow, this is what they're calling it. Well, this is what they've always called it, but the Ring of Fire. So tomorrow, June 21st, summer solstice. Summer solstice, as you guys probably know, is one of the most like highly like spiritual days. All of the old structures, like the Mayan temples, there'll be a little hole, and only on the summer solstice, I'm not doing a symbol on this the little hole, right? That's how people. You say someone gonna take a picture of me. That's why when I see stuff like that, I'm like, get out of here. It's because they're like going like this. Like, I just did it, so someone could. Oh, he's trying to. Trump does it all. Trump does it a lot, though. That's one of the things. There's a few things that worry me with Trump. Don't get me wrong. I love Trump, but a few things that worry me. The connection with a certain faction of Jews. His son-in-law. Let's just say that worries me. That connection. That's a dirty connection. He owns 666 Fifth Ave. Is it 66? It's the famous one. Anyway, so on that date, we're gonna the Mayan temples. They have the little circles, and once on every summer solstice, ever since all those thousands of years ago, it lights up the whole temple inside at exactly noon. Or like Stonehenge, the way that it lines up. It does, there's so many places all over the world. Because that was like the pagans, and and then before the pagans, they had some. There was this huge significance of the summer solstice. They would play all these games, and the weird thing is, like, the winner of the game, whatever game it was, like some weird game, would be killed. They'd sacrifice all kinds of people. It's of all days, this is the day I would say that the most souls throughout human history have been sacrificed. So let's look at a few things about this. So this is not going unnoticed, not at all. There's all kinds of events. Now, I just want to say one thing though. The events with this real actual, like the Marina Abramovich, those type, the high priestess and whoever she'll be with, they will be in the type of places like there was a certain place I was talking about earlier in Switzerland. They didn't knock it down because they had this occultist. There was like an occultist building that was built in this certain symmetrical way. I believe it was a hexagram, or it might even been like a 8 side, 6 or 8. I forget what it is, and it has this significance. And people don't know this. That I don't know. A lot of people don't know this, but the SS, they were heavy into occultism. The Nazis, they didn't have religion. They were into occultism, big time, big time. And they would go into these types of places, and they would have certain, they would do certain, probably sacrifices and things like that. And there's going to be a lot of that going on tomorrow. I just pray that this whole Q team crap is real. I don't mean to call it crap, but I've got a lot of stock in it. And I do believe it's legit. I do believe it's legit. But as I'm coming closer and closer to the day, it's like, please, because if it's not, it could be the type of psyop that traps us all. And the type of people who would be fighting against it would have been subdued. That's what I worry about. The patriots, the veterans, those type. I do worry about that, but at the same time, I believe in this president. I believe, and I think that if it wasn't legit, he would have let us know. If it wasn't legit, the news would have been able. They would have been able to prove it not to be legit. They've been trying so hard, and yet when you read their articles, it doesn't even come close to describing what it actually is. They just like say this like crazy crap, and it's, if you actually read it and follow it, it's nothing like what they say in the articles. So it's like, it's a tell. It's a tell that it's legit. I go with my gut with that. I can't say fact. I can't. Right? There's a lot of tells that tell me it's legit. Anyways, we're talking about the Ring of Fire, as Tony Solomon points out. So that's what they're calling it, because there's two types of summer solstices, by the way. There is the total eclipse, where it blacks out the sun, right? That's the one we had when it went over America. It blacks out the sun. And then there's also the other one is called the annular eclipse, solar eclipse, and that's happening tomorrow, where, like it says right there, it forms this ring, and they call it the Ring of Fire. And there's a lot of I think of right now, my head goes to, because I've been watching it, Ozarks. I don't know if anyone watches that, like that circle, And you see that in a lot of like occult symbols, the O. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day. And let's look at a few things we got. So let's just pull it up and see what we got. So, all right. So we know that there's a bunch of cures out there. This could have been 2 separate shows. I was going to make it 2 separate shows, but whatever. In the comments or in the description, I'll put, I begin talking about this at this time. Okay. So, I'm going to Ring of Fire, because that's going to get me the best results. Even, you know who you are. You sent me that Ring of Fire. You know, you're the one who, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have even known. I didn't even know. Oh yeah, that's right. In the Pacific, they have this thing they call the Ring of Fire because of the plates or whatever. But so let's see. Look at this. Check this out. Nationwide Luciferian March rollout on June 21st during solar eclipse. Ring of Fire. And of course, we have our coronavirus ticker on the side just to keep that fear pumping. I already don't like this site. Anyways, Intel Hub. The Luciferian March for, listen to this. The Luciferian March for a one world government. You know why they want that? Why a Luciferian would want that? Well, we're talking end days. They say in the end days that it'll be one religion, one ran by one government. It will be all under the Antichrist, and everything will be combined into one. And that's why people have been fighting against not having this new world order that we can see forming right before our eyes. 2020 really has pulled the curtain back. And for people who aren't waking up, I don't know what it's going to take. All right, so the Luciferian March for a one world government, read your Bibles, will be held. And you know what? Of course, there's a lot in the Bible. This is what I say. Start with Revelations. If you haven't read the Bible in a while, or maybe you never really actually sat down and did, start with Revelations. I've heard that from some people. Like, if you're gonna read anything, read Revelations. It tells you, it especially in the times that we're in. I would agree with that. Start with Revelations, and then go to the Genesis and all that. Okay, so the Luciferian March for a one world government will be held in at least 9 U.S. cities on June 21st during a solar eclipse. The marches are intended to create chaos, and it has been speculated by some that demonstrators may even try to erect satanic monuments at existing sites where Confederate and other allegedly racist statues have been torn down. Wow. Could you guys imagine? Because you know how they've been now, all these riots and people taking over friggin' cities. Man, Seattle, you guys, seriously, man, you guys are are a bunch of punks for letting people do that to your city. I mean, you guys have been letting people do that to your city forever. When I think of Seattle, I just think of punks. I'm sorry, Seattle, but you guys have just let you guys are just like keep on electing these officials that allow your city to go to shit. And it's not everybody. I mean, one vote is one vote, but I almost don't even trust the site. Also, here's some of them. So, the march intends to create. Okay. Most of the protests take place at city capitals in the following cities. So, city capitals. Okay, so so we got Jacksonville, Florida. Because I was gonna say that's not the capital, of Florida. It's Tallahassee. All right, but Jacksonville, Florida. Um, I always Raleigh. I know that I've been there a few times. I don't know why I always have trouble. Raleigh, North Carolina. I know I said it wrong. Cincinnati, Ohio. Columbus, Ohio. Washington, D.C. Madison, Wisconsin. Buffalo, New York. Niagara Falls, New York. And this is the big one. This is the big one. The two big ones are both in cities called Salem. Salem, Oregon, which is basically like from what I understand, I know it's in Oregon, and I'm assuming it's Salem. It's like the West Coast. That's like their biggest Luciferian population. They have like some type of temple already, I think. I'm pretty sure they do. Just like here in Massachusetts, the Salem, Massachusetts temple. And you know what I would love to do? Don't you think it'd be a great show if I went there and caught some of this on live? What's going on? That would be pretty crazy. I'll see what I can do. I mean, I don't want to, like be in any way supportive of the crap. Um, you know, like the show. I had to take it down. It just didn't. Oh, I walked around the. You guys couldn't see, but I was walking around the Walmart in a rough area with a Trump hat, and there was only two guys that looked like they were gonna wait for me outside, but it was really the employees that were being nasty to me. But I got a lot of looks. People would get like shocked. I mean, it was crazy. So I might go there. And I'm not gonna, just like I did that day, I'm not going to like look to make trouble. I'm just gonna check it out and have my phone out and be live. So here's the Salem, Oregon. See, that's a big one. That's gonna be a real big one. Salem, Oregon, and Salem, Massachusetts, as well as the ones I listed there. But don't be fooled; those aren't the only ones. There's many. So it'll be at the Oregon State Capitol. Now, this is all kind of like, a little bit BS, but I mean, not BS. It'll be happening, but it's just idiots, people being stupid. But the actual, like, legit, like, sacrifices, like I said, like the Marina Abramoviches and all them, the actual, like, high priestesses and people in Washington who have figured out a way where they can basically they pump oxygen and something else, maybe nitrogen, I forget what the other one is, into their body, and then they like go under. They basically die. and but the reason for the oxygen and this other stuff is to keep you like something with your blood, because something will happen with your blood if you actually, you know, when you die, as well as your brain, and all kinds of stuff like that. But they figured out a way supposedly where they could actually like basically die, pump these like oxygen and something else into their body, and visit these entities. And even though they're only doing it for 5 minutes, I guess it feels like much longer, and they receive information. um you know um Probably I mean, at that point, I'm pretty sure they've sold their soul. Also, these quantum computers, we don't know what they're really doing with them. As well as CERN. I mean, you're sending information out. You don't know what's going to come back. It's a two-way door. Um, like I said, it proves multiple dimensions. So, like for instance, let's just I just want to show you guys. So this is the guy who invented D-Wave, and this is a while ago that he did it. Glory Rose. Um, just listen to him for yourself, and trust me, this guy, he's not just saying things to say it or to like for shock value. He's created the most unbelievable um, creation there is with D Wave, and now he's gone on to Kindred. That's his new thing. And the symbol for that is a what's it called? Oh, what's that called? The snake eating its own tail. It's a circle with the snake eating its own tail. So yeah, so check this out. So first I'll give you the D wave, and then I'll give you the other one. Just let you guys know these types of people, like what they're really about. So it gives me the same ones. Some of these I haven't seen. All right. I definitely see this is after he's already left, but he's gonna talk about if you listen. This is pretty and let me know if you guys can hear it. You should be able to, I hope. Can you guys hear it? Could you guys hear it when it was on? Just give me a yes or no if you can hear him talking. Can you hear him talking? Just a yes or no. If not, I can. It's a quick fix. I know exactly what to do. So just give me a yes or no if you can hear him speaking. No. Okay. All right. I got this. It's a quick fix. I knew right when I did it. I was like, why did I do it that way? Um. Oh, speaker. Oh, okay. So you know what?
Build the tech community in Vancouver for 25
Let me know now.
years. And I find it super depressing that it seems to be so hard to generate
If not, I know exactly what to
world-changing
do.
0 to 1 companies around here. I think that I'm gonna just pitch this idea. Some of you may have seen me talk about this before, but we have this problem here that we don't think big enough. We've got all of the ingredients to create this massive, massive thing in Vancouver.
So yes,
And
now.
the spark is not being lit. So I implore you, if you're entrepreneurs, people who are thinking about what you want to do, think bigger, because we don't think big enough around here. Okay, so my previous company was D-Wave. I'll just show you a couple things. We built what are still the world's only quantum computers.
He actually makes fun of Anthony Patch.
D-Wave. Thanks. I didn't really have much to do with it, but you know, so this is one of them. This is one of the processors, and a lot of interesting things happened to me over the years there. I got sent pajamas, a whole bunch of stuff. You know, there's lots of interesting things that happen when
that was Anthony Patch, just to make fun of him. Those Anthony Patches onto him.
Happened from the D-Wave story is there's this gigantic conspiracy that's arisen on the internet that goes like this. So D-Wave builds quantum computers. The way that they work, if you know how this works, is one of the interpretations is that you tap into these parallel universes and they do computations. Sounds really weird, but what's happened is this idea has been hijacked to describe something called the Mandela effect, which is this thing where the past changes. So think about something you know to be true from the past. And then imagine you went out on the internet and you can't find it at all. It's not there. It doesn't match with your experience. So these people think that D-Wave is responsible and CERN. And of course, the quantum key to the abyss factors into it somehow. I'm not exactly sure how. Okay, so that's just D-Wave. I did that for about 15 years. It was a
symbol on his shirt.
Entity. That was a warm-up for Kindred. So Kindred is much, much, much more ambitious than D-Wave. And what Kindred is trying to do is build real AI. So what you've heard about AI is not what we mean by AI. What we mean by AI is a software system that can do literally anything that a human can do. Literally anything. And obviously, computers are better at things than people in lots of different ways. So now imagine, not only can they do everything that a human can do, but they can do everything that the best human at any task could do better than them. So imagine there was the mental Olympics of the 100-meter dash, and Usain Bolt is the fastest person. Now imagine that's some kind of a mental thing, like writing a novel or writing whatever. Imagine now that the thing is so much faster than Usain Bolt, like, for example, it's a spaceship, yeah? It's still doing the same thing, but it's doing it so much better because we're limited, because we're people. So what Kindred is trying to do is solve this problem. How do you build machines that are better than people at everything? Now, there's a mental block that we have here when we think about this. Because when you think about that, one of your questions might be, for example, what are the applications of this? So imagine this. Imagine.
No, guys, you got to remember too. When it comes to Satanism, they have to tell you what they're doing. So look at the word kindred, look at the symbol, and listen to what he says.
Pay you $100,000 a year. Now imagine that was true for every single job. So that's what we're talking about here, is a complete and utter transformative change that of the likes of which has never been seen before in the history of humanity, making the Industrial Revolution look like a little tiny blip on the path that humans have taken from when we emerged from the ooze a few billion years ago. We are right on the verge of that transition now. So this guy, Rich Sutton, is one of the most famous people in the academic world of AI. And like many, when asked, when will this happen? He says things like this. 25% chance within 13 years of this thing that I'm talking about. You know, when you think about what you read on the news, you know, CNN, BuzzFeed, whatever, they're all kind of the same nowadays. Think about how unimportant that thing is that you're reading if this is true. Yeah? So what does this have to do with aliens? So Sam Harris, who I quite admire, is a very interesting guy, was reciting.
By the way, something that they always do is they use the word as a way of hiding, but at the same time telling demons. They're talking about demons.
My SETI dish finally. Was reciting this parable at a TED Talk that he was giving.
You see what that's?
And it goes something like this. So I am, say I'm the President of the United States. So I received this message from the heavens. So my microwave dish, my SETI dish, finally captures something. And what it says is, in 50 years, or 13 years, we're coming to your planet. You got to be ready. Now just imagine what would happen if that happened. A super intelligent alien race beamed down a message to all of us Earthlings saying, we're coming July 13th, 2030, and boy, you better be ready because the mothership is landing right on the front lawn of the White House or wherever you wanted to land on that day. The amount of resources that would be marshaled to try to figure out what to do would encompass the whole world. AI is just like that. So when this thing that I'm talking about happens, it's going to be exactly the thing that you're thinking about those super intelligent AIs. So the one thing I can tell you is they're not going to be like us. So alien means, different. These things that we're building are not going to be people. They might be really smart. They might be really good at all sorts of different things, but they're not going to be like us. They're going to be aliens. And they're going to be, I'm sorry to say, way smarter than every single person in this room in ways that we can't even comprehend. So this, of course, triggers a lot of alarm. One of the guys who talks about this is Elon, who says things like this, like, when you do this, beware, because you think, just like the guy in the stories, that when you do this, you're going to put that little guy in a pentagram, and you're going to have your holy water
Notice
out.
how it said demon. It said demon. He said you're summoning the demon. Left that part out. But he makes it pretty clear with the statement he's saying right now.
Having this emerging because you think, just like the guy in the stories, that when you do this, you're going to put that little guy in a pentagram, and you're going to have your holy water out, and you're going to wave it at the thing, and by God, it's going to do exactly what you say and not one thing more, but it never works out that way. So this is an attitude that some are having, this emerging alarmism about the way this is going to go. But these words, demons, doesn't capture the essence of what's happening here. I don't know if any of you are turn-of-the-century weird fiction fans, but there's this guy named H.P. Lovecraft, who's a very famous American weird fiction author. And he exposed a view...
H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft.
So what he was saying is basically, yes, there are these massively intelligent entities out there, but they're not good, they're not evil. They just don't give a shit about you even in the slightest. The same way that you don't care about an ant is the same way they're not going to care about you. And these things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons, they're not evil, but they're more like the Lovecraftian great old ones. There are entities that are not necessarily going to be aligned with what we want. So this transition is really, really massively important for our entire species to navigate. And going back to that thing that Sam Harris was saying, nobody is paying attention. This thing is happening in the background while people bicker about politics and what's going to be in the healthcare plan in the US. And underneath it all is this rising tsunami that, if we're not careful, is going to wipe us all out. So, on that pleasant note, we're hiring people to try to make something like this happen. And
so he's talking about this. He's like telling you this is a bad thing. At the same time, he's telling you this is the company I'm building and this is what I'm trying to do. I mean, the double talk, and the audience just seems to not get it. They don't seem to. I mean, first of all, when he's talking about Lovecraftian old ones, if you guys aren't familiar with Lovecraft, um, LP Lovecraft, HP, well, let's put Lovecraft. He's This is what he's talking about, and he says they're not good, they're not evil, they're evil. He says that because that's his interpretation, and they're fallen angels. So it's like, I mean, they I guess they weren't always evil. I mean, I get confused with that part. I mean, how could these angels defy God? 1/3 of them. I mean, 1/3. With Lucifer obviously being the most powerful of them. And there's channels that have gone through each and every one of them. They all have different names, and he's gone through some of them. Like one of them, like brought cosmetics, another one technology, another one. It's all these different. They all have their different specialty. With Lucifer, obviously having some kind of. I just want to show you guys what he's talking about with these. Okay. Look at some of these pictures. All right, this is what he's talking about. So this is what this guy would have. All right. These are different demons. This is what he's talking about. They'll be a Lovecraftian old one. This is what they'll be like. But they're not evil. Yeah. But one thing they said that is true is yes, they will be much. I mean, we would be like ants to them. I mean, they are fallen angels, and then there's demons as well. And I mean, just this is what he's talking about. These are the H.P. Lovecraft old ones. All right, just so you guys get a little bit of an idea. These are the actual drawings from this guy, and he was deep into the occult. Now, why do I show you this? Because this is what this is all about. This is what this all comes down to. For instance, the snake mound. This one's amazing. Snake mound. Here it is. Serpent mound is what they call it. I'm sorry, the serpent mound. So let's check it out. Oh, I should probably put serpent mound along. Anyway, serpent mound's a 1340 foot long, 3 foot high prehistoric effigy mound on a plateau on the Serpent Mount crater along Ohio Bush Creek in Adams County, Ohio. Maintained within a park by Ohio History Connection. So they make sure that this thing is not messed with. It's considered like a like a national park, that type of thing. It's protected. Let me show you a few images of it, and then we're gonna go into what is done on what's gonna be going on tomorrow. There, especially with this ring of fire. So here it is. Bunch of different pictures. Richie from Boston. If you ever watch him when he's sitting at his computer, when he's not in his truck, he's got it right behind him. He has a like a painting of it or something. Because it's pretty crazy stuff. What did I do? All right, I mean, look at that. And then, it doesn't even show the head. Wait, anyone? All right, here's a better one. The head of the snake is eating an egg, and you see the little swirl. By the way, those swirls are found all over the world, and they're also, if you on the FBI website, it's a symbol like that. If you see like anything with a swirl for like a symbol for a company or like usually it's like a some type of the whatever foundation, which is always bad news. They always make it about something good, but really, it's pedophilia, and that's one of the symbols, the swirl. Just like the heart inside the heart. There's all kinds of them. But the swirl is one of them. That's the tail, you see, and the serpent mound. This is the serpent mound, and its mouth is open, and it's eating the egg. It's eating the egg. Naked. Kind of interested in what they have to say. But then I really want to get to what goes on there on the 21st. Okay, so it was actually built. Okay, so it's not natural. It is believed the native. Actually, I think there's opposing ideas if it's natural or not. It doesn't look natural, but then again, some of the stuff down there in like Peru, I think it is. I mean, it's unbelievable, and it's natural. It's unbelievable. Like the monkey, the swirl, like you guys probably know what I'm talking about, but it is believed the native cultures in the area attribute supernatural powers as snakes to many snake artifacts found made of copper. See, back in the Scotland Freemasons that really are the dominant. And look, the curves in the snake's body parallel lunar phases will possibly align, not possibly, it does align with the solstices and equinox, like other ancient monuments like New Grange in Ireland. Let's check this out. So this will be wherever this is. This will be something will be going on here. Built as this 3200 BC. Built as part of a complex of monuments on the river in Ireland. New Grange is a passage tomb dating from circa 3200. So right now, I already know that this is like pagans. But then again, it's so long ago. But yeah, pagans. Along with, or no, actually, I think it's because it was so long ago. They're actually called something else, especially in Ireland. What's the name? It'll probably say it. Along with Noth and Doth, these are called Bunaboy Newgrounds, the large of many as 35 called passage tombs in the region. All right, let's get to the solstice part. These carvings, decoration. See, watch. See, like this whole, like I watch on the solstice. I bet you the light goes through there, but only on that day. These are one of the inside. The archaeologists believe carved basins were used to hold the remains of the dead. Oh, so this is winter solstice. On the winter solstice, something happens on this one. All right. So that's a winter solstice one. But I'm telling you, the solstices and less so the equinox, which would be March 21st, and there's September 21st. Those are the equinoxes, of course. But okay, so Serpent Mound. Watch. The summer solstice sunset at Serpent Mound. I mean, it really is like amazing. Let me see. Should I get a video of it and just show how it lights up? I hate to like copyright the video and screw it up, but I already did a Gordy Rose, so. So it's like as the sun sets, and only on, by the way, it's only on this day. No, see the way it's like hidden between all these trees? It's only on this day that it lights up the way it does. I don't really see the big fuss yet. Oh, okay. What does it get dark? Oh, it's lighting up. See it. Oh. Come on, get to it. I want to see the whole thing lit up. See how it's just lighting the top there? I don't really love this video, but... And normally there'll be all kinds of people there. That's what I don't understand. That so many people go every year. So I don't know how they'd have footage with a bunch of people there. You know, I don't even know if this is legit. This is some type of... But anyway, that's not... You know what? That wasn't the best representation of what really goes on. See, the solstice sunset shines directly on the head of the Serpent Mountain. Maybe that's what it's about. The head becomes illuminated. That's eating the egg, which aligns with the Bible. Like I said, Revelations. And it says the woman in the woods. There'll be all kinds of people there. Are they going to show all the satanic people? Yeah, they're going to show some of them too. Just seeing what we got here. You see a certain type of people there. Look at them all.
Building that.
What's happening? Oh yeah, with the color and the...
Oh, really? So you can't like get near it. You basically need like a. It seems like you need like a what's it called? A drone. You would need like a drone. I know that there's good. I've seen good videos out there. Man, this is really pissing me off. This is what it comes down to be honest with you. This is back in 2013 even. This year's Summer Solstice celebration is to celebrate Serpent, out for redemption and justice, but under the rule of Satan, that won't come. Of sins calls out for redemption and justice, but under the rule of Satan again. It seems to be that thing. This blue serpent mound was an everlasting object, lessons of man's disobedience. West. That's the same West that I'm thinking of. He's the same one that was looking at. He studied. Graham Hancock worked under him, and amazing. He studied pyramids and all this stuff. Satan's perfidy and the results of sin and death. The serpent mounds, most famous, all willing period mounds, the oval embankment to summer solstice sunset. Great red dragon was that old serpent called the devil and Satan. So here we go. We actually have the because I could basically say basically word for word say the verse from Revelation, but I want to say it exact. I don't want to be reading scripture off. So sometimes depilation takes you near interesting cultural or historical locations. This was the case a few weeks ago. Sunday morning service in Hillsboro, Ohio. Driving from Hillsboro to our next meeting in Jackson took us by the Serpent Mound. They talk about so a lot about North American history. Why did the Serpent Mound builders choose the form of a serpent to symbolize the underworld? And why is the serpent shown apparently swallowing the sun? See, that's one interpretation. Oh, all right. Sorry, I didn't know I wasn't okay. So I've been talking to myself. All right. So why did the Serpent Mound builders choose the form of a serpent to symbolize the underworld? And why is the serpent shown apparently swallowing the sun? There are indeed some interesting theories I found on the internet espoused by various scholars. However, I was most interested in the parallel to this particular effigy mound in the scripture. See, they say a sun on that one. I look at it as an egg, but I guess it's, one of those things. Depends on your viewpoint. It is there that the truth behind the devouring serpent is found unobscured. And you see how in those videos they really keep people away from it. I didn't realize that they keep them that far away from it. But it's a lot of satanic crap going on. There'll be a lot of that going on. So if you live in Ohio, oh man, if you could send me any video, that'd be amazing. Like I said, I might be going to Salem, Mass. That's like the headquarters for the Luciferians. Richard from Boston went there once. I mentioned him 3 times in this video, but that's because the Serpent Mound, he has that behind him, things like that. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven. This is what I was talking about. So here's the verse, guys. So, all right, here we go. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. Do any of you guys remember the Revelation 12 sign? as you can see after this paragraph, if you look, it is Revelation. It's 12. Oh man. So they call it the Revelation 12 sign. And supposedly this happened in 2017, I believe. In 2016 or 2017. Do you guys, any of you guys remember that? The 2017 Revelation 12 sign? I know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because my mic was off. It's all right. But if anyone remembers the Revelation 12 sign, I was following that very, very closely. I got to the point where I believed 100% that it was going to be a sign. Now, others took it as, like end days. But in the sense that, like, this is it. This is the beginning of the, like, it's beginning now. Like, as soon as this sign happened, which we knew was going to happen, because there's this technology where you can look at the stars and you can just go through dates and you can see how things are going to line up in the future and in the past, and you could just look through and see. And the only time throughout all of history where they lined up like that. Now, this was also debated. There were people who said, no, there were other times that it lined up, but they actually ended up being debunked, those people, because what they were saying wasn't true, because it has to match up exact. And what happened was these you know what? Let me just pull it right up for you. I'm pretty sure 2017. Yeah, September 23rd, 2017. So let's look at that. So an astronomical alignment on September 23rd, 2017 fulfilled the first two verses of Revelation 12. This date coincided with the and that's another thing. There was a lot of weird, the generation is considered 70 years. There's a lot of things in the Bible, like 70 years has a lot of significance. So does 50 years. And as far as when Israel was actually created, it was 70 years. And it was actually like a year earlier, but when they signed it, was really like the Balfour Declaration. Is that what it was? Something like that. It was 70 years exactly. There was so many things that lined up. It was freaky watching some of these videos. It was really like it seemed 100% legit. I mean, some people got really deep into this. I don't know if any of you guys did, but it was. Now, what I believed the whole time was that it was a sign, and I still do. Like, people think nothing happened, that's it. Well, I don't know. Things have been pretty freaking crazy since then, and they've really gotten crazy lately. And I do believe that it was a sign of that we are entering the end days potentially. So this is how it reads: a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. Now, again, this never ever happened. And I'll show you the picture as well. She was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Some believe that an astronomical alignment involving the constellations Virgo, Leo, the sun, moon, planet Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter that occurred in September 2017 fulfilled this prophecy word for word. And so do I. And this is why. Now here is the actual picture. Okay, so it says a crown on her head. And look, and by the way, another thing that was freaky that day, this isn't normal for them, all these planets to align. The last time that all these planets aligned was so long ago, and that's when people were saying, "Oh, it's happened before," because, like, I don't know, 1,000 years ago it happened or something. But no, there'll always be something off. Now, as all these planets aligned, these three planets aligned along with the see on this constellation of Leo, Regulus, that star that aligned as well. So they all were in perfect alignment with the sun. So Sun, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Regulus. Okay, so they all perfectly aligned. So the crown of 12 stars, 9 stars, and also there's 9 stars in Leo, including Regulus, plus the 3 planets. A crown of 12 stars. Now it sounds crazy, but when you think of the fact that these aligned perfectly, these planets, there's been many other times where people said, no, it happened this time and this time. But no, there was never all 3 planets like this, or they didn't align perfectly with Regulus and the sun. And like I said, there's 9 stars in Leo, and then those 3 planets align perfect. That never happened while. See, I'm sorry. So it did happen maybe like 1,000 years ago or something. I forget when it was. But what they were missing was this part, Jupiter. Now, Jupiter down here, okay? Jupiter did a retrograde. Now, a retrograde is when basically it goes like in a circle. Let me see if I can get my cursor. So basically, it goes like this. It went into the woman, right? Into Virgo. It does a circle. It comes like this comes around, and then it comes out between her legs. As it comes out between her legs, everything aligns perfectly. And guess how long it took for it to do that retrograde and then come out exactly between the legs of Virgo? 9 months exactly. I mean, like, when you talk about like prophecy, if it is real, it has to be perfect. Perfect. And a crown of 12 stars, and if you consider these planets that are aligning perfectly with the sun and that last star in Leo, Regulus, those that see that, and a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, which is exactly where the moon was. Okay, the moon was right there under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. And look where the sun happened to be, right there, clothed with the sun. She's lit up by the sun. And Jupiter, which, people relate Jupiter to like good, like Jesus. That's kind of how, like, they relate Jupiter to, a lot of people relate it to Jesus, or something good, whereas Saturn is the opposite. They relate that to Satan. So Jupiter does a it was actually, so it was 42 weeks, but that's basically the how long it takes to make a baby. She was pregnant and was crying out in birth pains in the agony of giving birth, and Jupiter ends up coming out between her legs. I know it sounds crazy if you've never heard of this. Woman clothed in the sun, moon under the feet, pregnant with child. So she's pregnant with Jupiter, and Jupiter, she's not just pregnant, Jupiter is in there for exactly 42 weeks and does the circle in the belly of Virgo and comes out between the legs. And right at the moment it comes out between the legs, I remember watching, like I was looking at it live on that day, and all these planets aligned. And it was just amazing because you could actually, there was like certain like software you could like actually like watch it. It was amazing. And people thought like boom, like they were like waiting for something to happen that second. Well, in the Bible it says there will be signs in the moon and stars. This, or is it the sun, moon, and stars, or something like that? Sun, moon, someone correct me if because I know it's a sun, moon, and stars. There will be signs. Let me just get that exactly right, because you know what, I've used that quote a few times, and I like to be correct when I speak. There will be signs in the is in Luke. There will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars. And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves warring. And you remember what Gordy Rose said about the tsunami? That just popped in my head. It was he was very particular with what he said. I'll tell you that. He was very particular in what he said to these people, because you can't recruit people without you when it comes to this spiritual stuff, especially on the dark side. There needs to be some type of informing. Like it happens all the time. You'll see it. It's almost like they let you know. Sometimes it's just like a tactic to desensitize you to something. Other times it has more of a spiritual meaning. And that's what was going on with him. And there's another video of him that's way crazier than that one. I mean, he gets down to brass tacks and another one. But anyways, I want to stick on subject here. So I just find that amazing. So that was September 23rd. So that's right after. I mean, still like within that time zone, that little time, that time period, because they equate it to the one day, September 21st. That is the fall equinox, right? But it's really like a few, like the day before, they had like a couple days, you know what I mean, like as far as like some of the stuff that goes on. It's like a few day thing. So I'm not gonna say my exact birthday, but let's just say it's summer solstice. All right. So yeah. So yeah. And we have a very special one this time. So anyway, so we just read that part. Woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Some people believe that an astronomical alignment involving, so we saw that Virgo, Leo, Sun, Moon, and then Mercury, Mars, Venus, and Jupiter doing that retrograde. And it said, see, it didn't mention how Jupiter is there for 9 months in doing a circle, and then it comes out between her legs. I don't know why. The sign is also known as the woman of the apocalypse. Some of the most common Christian interpretation of the passage interpret the woman as Mary or ancient Israel, the man as the incarnate Jesus, and the child being the body of Christ, and the woman's other offspring as the church that forms during the tribulation. That's one, interpretation. The bride. So okay, so let's get back to where we were. And then also I'm gonna basically like just do like show you guys like all the things that are gonna be happening on summer solstice, like a list of all the places and all the crazy crap that goes on. All right. So we did that. Where were we with that? Oh yeah, I got sparked by something here. Where were we? Oh, right here. No. Did I already screw it up? Well, I was reading something. Let me go to history. Can I go to history? Maybe I can't because I'm oh, Amanda was using it. She signed in as guest. So do you not have a history? Oh man, that sucks. Anyways, okay, you know what? I forget what I was reading. I don't see what I was reading at least. No, that was the first thing. Whatever. I was reading something interesting too. Yeah, this is all. Yeah, insane. How could I have an X out of it? What is this? Alright. Okay, so let's just do this. This is what I want to show. Alright, so the Ring of Fire. This is what's going on tomorrow. The Ring of Fire. Rare Ring of Fire solar eclipse to cast shadow over Africa and Asia. Interesting. So Africa and Asia is going to have a shadow cast upon it. And it's on a Sunday. Let me see what they're saying. Biblical. I hate when they just go straight to end of world. I mean, read your Bibles. I mean, there's some stuff that has to. I mean, don't get me wrong. Basically, almost everything has come to pass, but then the major stuff has to start happening. The Antichrist and the two witnesses and the false prophet. But then again, you know what? The way that we think it's going to be is probably much different than the way it's actually going to be. And it is kind of crazy that they're working on this 666. As I was the first to show that patent. That's going to be a transdermal patch from my research, at least. Okay. Let me just see what this. So some crazy preacher. Let me see. Preacher's bizarre claim: "Ring of fire is an end of the world warning." Warning. Okay, so that means that there's still gonna be a lot of crazy things. So a solar eclipse and summer solstice this weekend is a prophetic sign of the end of the world, at least according to a prominent Christian evangelist. Okay, I don't like that. The those TV guys, and I don't know. No, that's if you're into that, I'm sorry, it's just not my thing. End of the world conspiracy is linked to the weekend. Some look at him, look at him. Yeah, right. All right. Niche groups, devout Christians believe the combined astronomical events are a harbinger of doom. I don't like it either because it's the first option on Google. Pope, what? See that? It's clickbait, but I know it's clickbait. But let's go back for 1 second. What was that about the Pope? Because the Pope is always like saying crazy shit, and sometimes I'm like, all right, he didn't really say that. Excuse my language, but he didn't really say that. I'm thinking, right? And then it turns out, no, he said it. He did. Yep. You know what I mean? Like the reputable sources and many of them all saying the same thing, He's no longer the vicar of Christ and all this stuff. It's just so many things that he has said. It's just Pope's apocalyptic victim. Look at this. No, that I don't want to hear about this evangel. Look at the Mayan. So wow, that's kind of crazy when they showed it next to the Mayan calendar like that. How did I get back to that? Oh, it's Paul Begley. I know him. So Pastor Paul Begley, who hosts the coming party, I know him. Believes we are living in the end times. I do too. Has dubbed the June 21st eclipse as a prophetic sign. On Sunday, the moon will pass in front of the sun to blot out all but the star's edges. The eclipse will create a beautiful halo or ring of fire effect. And that really is. I mean, that like halo, it's been used as like a when you think of angels, around their head they have a halo. Opposite. It's like I've noticed in a lot of children's just watching stuff with my daughter, it sickens me, and especially when it's Disney, and they'll have a story, and it matches the Bible, it's like so obvious, and then they'll have goats and dragons, and it's just so obvious, but they're telling it from the other point of view, like the what would appear to be Satan's um ambitions is the good guys, or the little princess and all that, and whereas the bad guy is really God and things like that, but they flip it, and the way they tell a story is the same, but they just make it like they flip it as if one is forcing you to worship, and the other one is all about you can do like freedom and all, you guys know how it goes. um Satan's tricks. It's just crazy what they put in these children's things. So let's see. The eclipse will also unfold just hours after the annular summer solstice, the third such coincidence in the last 40 years. Well, that's not exactly correct. They got that wrong. Because It's the third in the last 40 years that's annular. Solstices that had the eclipse, coming afterwards, like that night or whatever, or later on in the day. But I believe as far as the annular, yeah, that hasn't happened. It happened in 2001. That was the last one, the last annular. And by the way, if you just join us, annular is basically when it creates that ring, the ring of fire. Whereas total is obviously the whole thing gets blocked out. The whole sun gets blocked out. So let's see how the Pope, what is this Pope's fears of, look at it next to the Mayan with the ring. It's kind of crazy. So what is this with the Pope? Is that just BS? Is this just BS? Come on, where's the Pope thing? I just gotta see it. It's gotta be BS. There's no way the Pope had a vision. Come on. If the Pope said he had a vision about this, then I'm because I already think that this Pope, he false prophet. Now I have to look that up. It looks like BS clickbait. Let's see if there's anything to this, or if it's just some BS on that one website. Oh wow! I guess the Pope really did. What? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so 6 hours ago, it's like, oh yeah, okay. Look at this. Way back, January 21st. January. This is back in January that he had this vision, or what did they say? Vision or dream or sorry, there's other things I wanted to get to, but I mean, how can I ignore this, right? So this is actually like something. I mean, there's like a million articles about it. So what is this? Why is this messing with me now? Come on. Let me show you guys still with me. Oh, I didn't know I left up a comment. Sorry. Well, sometimes, yeah, this current Pope. So yeah, so this is legit, and I mean they've been writing about it since at least January. That was just one of them that popped up. You know what? Let me shut some of these tabs because this is like starting to piss me off. And yeah, I'm gonna. I don't know why they don't want me to see this. Well, I could imagine. Oh, I wanna put this out there. So Pope Vision June 21st. That's all I have to write. I don't have to write anything about anything else. Look at this. So January 21st. A lot of them are recent. But I want to read the original article from January 21st. Wow. End of the world. Pope's vision for final days revealed as doomsday prophecy fulfilled. Pope Francis' prediction for the final days on earth before the apparent second coming can be revealed as claims that a 900-year-old prophecy has been fulfilled surface. What? The basis of the claims comes from the predictions of Saint Malachi, Is that why they say like stop the malarkey? I don't mean to joke. This is crazy. The Archbishop of Armagh, to whom several miracles were. I might have to add this in the title. To whom several miracles were attributed to in the 12th century. So he's credited with a bunch of miracles, um, which is why he's a saint. Malachi went to Rome from Ireland to give an account of his affairs when he reportedly received a strange vision about the future, including the names of 112 future popes. His prediction for the 112th and current Pope Francis is rather shocking. It reads, "In the final persecution of the Holy Roman Church, there will reign Peter the Roman, who will feed his flock amid many tribulations, after which the seven-hilled city will be destroyed." Well, I grew up in what they used to be called the seven-hilled city, so I don't know. Anyways, I grew up in a place they called like the Seven Hills and all that. It was like a nickname for it. Who will feed his flock amid many tribulations, after which the seven-hilled city will be destroyed, and the dreadful judge will judge the people at the end. Well, what's that to do with Pope Francis? It's Peter. So let's see what this is. I want to see what this is. It's probably nothing and nothing better. So I want to see, what did he say? What did the Pope say? So I want to know. Sorry about the back. This house is alive. The father of the current Pope was Petro or Peter, and was from Italy. Oh, And even though the family, I was gonna say, isn't he from 2013? The last Pope didn't die; he was replaced. It's like a false. It's just this. It's just there's a falsehood to it. And he took over Pope Benedict filled because he was the 112th, and he talks about the 112 popes. And what a coincidence that the 112th Pope becomes the Pope without the 111th Pope dying. I wonder how many times that's happened, if ever. Leading many to claim the 900-year-old prophecy had been fulfilled, marking the end of the world when the pontiff dies or steps down. While the human imagination struggles to picture what the apocalypse will be like, the Pope revealed his own vision to crowds at St. Peter's Square. And so this happened or maybe before that. So he said in 2014 that people can be sure that everything deformed by sin will pass away. Quoting the Second Vatican Council's pastoral constitution on the church and the modern world, he added, "God is preparing a new dwelling place and a new earth where justice will abide, and whose blessedness will answer and surpass all of the longings for peace which sprang up in the human heart." Almost done. This is where the church is heading. More than a place, it is the state of the soul, which I actually believe. I actually believe that. That it's us. Like like our body's the temple, our soul is like the church in a way. Like, you know, I was raised Catholic, but I'm a born again Christian, and I just believe it's about everybody individually. Our soul is the bride of the church, one by one, and then as a whole in the end. That's how I interpret the Bible, at least. There's just too many things in Catholicism that don't vibe with the Bible. Call no man your father, but the holy, but the but the Father, you know, as in God. You know, that the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, but yet we call all the priest Father, we call the Pope, yeah, which makes the Pope makes a little bit more sense because he's supposed to be the Vicar of Christ, which he dropped that name just recently. Anyway, let's continue. Okay. More than a place, it is a state of the soul where at the end we will be face to face with God. It's beautiful to think about this, isn't it? To think about heaven. All of us will be there, all of us. It's beautiful and gives us strength. The Vatican leader went on to detail how Christians will live for eternity. But the thing is, I just think that there's some type of the there's a false prophet, something with him. I just don't like how the last pope was replaced the way he was. So that's pretty crazy, huh? So he really said that. He really said that. And that video is just not playing. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if there's a story that encapsulates it better. But so yeah, that Saint Malaki or whatever, you know, he performed miracles, and I guess, you know, that's part of being considered a saint. That's one of the something that you have to do. So I'm just trying to see anything, you know, and trying to get away from some of these like weird sites. You know, let me get more specific here. It's all express. See, it didn't say anything about life flipping upside down. I didn't read that. Did you guys? Is this the same freaking story? Have served following sensational claims that there was a discrepancy in the Mayan calendar's doomsday prediction. Imagine, instead of December 21st on the winter solstice, it's really June 21st on the wow, that's another interesting one. I have to change the title. That's actually interesting to me because in 2012 I believed it. I thought it was it, man. I thought it was it. The Mayan calendar, it's so exact. They had it down where they understood like the times and what you know what would be going on and what would be the sunset and all on each day way in the future, more accurate than our Gregorian calendar. Yeah, I mean, now that we have AI, that's not the case. But before AI and all that, yeah, they had it down closer than we did, which just blows my mind. End of the world fears of surge following sensational claims that there was a discrepancy in the Mayan calendar's 2012 doomsday prediction, with new calculations suggesting Sunday, June 21st, 2020, for the new date. And amid growing fears, footage of the Pope's apocalyptic vision has resurfaced. So let's see if this actually plays. Come on. I'll keep reading anyway. Oh, these things. They're killing me. All right. This new, even more bizarre hypothesis claims that the Julian calendar, used up until the 1500s, would place Earth in 2012 today, not 2020. Whoa. So the Julian calendar? What is the Julian calendar? And so wait. Actually, I think I know what the Julian calendar. That's what they used before the Gregorian calendar, I believe, right? So according to the Julian calendar, I don't know. They're not showing the freaking. I want to see him say it. Pope Francis says life is about to be turned upside down. They just put that quote out there without showing him saying it. The new, even more bizarre hypothesis claims that the Julian calendar, used up until the 1500s, would place Earth in 2012 today. Oh, is it about to go? Come on. Oh, you know what? That's because I'm trying to watch it through. I'll just look for the actual video in a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna read about this for a second. We placed Earth in 2012 today, not 2020. The Gregorian calendar was introduced by, and when Constantine made all the changes? What was that? I know one of you guys know. Was that 1500 15? Or am I way off? No, like 1400, 15. It was right before the Muslims took it over. So anyways, that's crazy. Making some changes that previously used Julian calendar, namely dropping 11 days to accurately reflect the time it takes Earth to orbit once around the sun. Although only 11 actual days have been lost, scientist Paolo Tagoligan calculated the technically accumulated days over the past 286 years, stating on Twitter, the number of days lost in a year due to the shift into the Gregorian calendar is 11 days. And so for 268 years using the Gregorian calendar times 11 days, so that's 2,948 days. And then you divide that, which makes sense, by 365 days, which is a year. So you divide that by a year, and it equals 8 years. $21st. His post, which has since been deleted, sparked a frenzy on Twitter with users claiming June 21st should actually be December 20th. Now, why is that though? Why is that? Why June instead of it's 8 years? It's not like it's 8 years and 6 months, right? So why would it be June instead of December? Amid the growing concerns, footage of Pope Francis' vision for the end times has also surfaced from an address to St. Peter's Square in 2016. That's a funny time for him to say it, too. He said, "The Lord tells us what will happen in the end times." The Pope had his own vision for the end of the world. Jesus says, "In those days before the flood, they were eating, drinking, marrying, giving up in marriage, up to the day that Noah ended the ark. They did not know until the flood came and carried them all away." This is what Jesus says, and it's always striking to think about the time before a great disaster. Usual business, not realizing that life is about to be turned upside down. The Pope went on to detail his thoughts on the second coming. Find that interesting. I might add that into the title. I find that really interesting. Um, that go too long, because the video that just go too long, and a lot of like the best stuff is at the end. Like this type of stuff. Like it's like wow, But hey, I'll just put like minute markers for certain things like this. And it's weird. It's almost like it doesn't want me to. The computer doesn't want me to. You know what? Let me get a video of him. All right, yeah. All right. So yeah. See, why isn't it like coming out like that? New Year's, when was it? I'm not gonna find. The vision, he said, right? I don't find it right here then. It's almost like they don't want you to see it. Like, why wouldn't that come right up? Let's see this. So Saint Malachy. The guy, did he even spell that right? Let's see this.
This is another prophecy having to do with a saint of the past, Saint Malachi's prophecy concerning the end of the world. It's a 900-year-old prophecy, and it claims concerning the Pope of the end times. And many think it could be Pope Francis, who will mark this doomsday prophecy by Callum Horn Express UK. This was forecasted, as we said, almost 900 years ago by Saint Malachi, who was an Irish saint, and some believe he claimed there would be only one more pope after Pope Benedict XVI. And as we know, Pope Benedict was pope. He resigned. He's still alive, but in seclusion. Saint Malachi was the Archbishop
still
of
alive
Armagh,
in seclusion,
to whom several miracles were attributed to in the 12th century. And in 1139, Saint Malachi went to Rome.
Is this person just
Ireland,
reading what I just read?
which is the previous pope that resigned, Pope Benedict XVI. The prophecy says of him, Gloria Olivea, which means the glory of the olive. As we know, Pope Benedict XVI was Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger. He was in charge of the doctrine of the faith before he became pope. Now, the order of Saint Benedict is also known as the Olivetans, which many claims make Malachi's prophecies correct. But his prediction concerning the 112th pope, which is the current pope, Pope Francis, is far more serious. This is what it says. It says, in the final persecution of the Holy Roman Church, there will reign Peter the Roman, who will feed his flock amid
the Catholic Church is
after which the
persecuted.
seven-hilled city
I mean, it's if it wasn't
will be
for
destroyed,
illegal immigrants,
and the dreadful judge will judge the people. The end. Okay, look. I know another city.
One thing I'll say is that the Catholic Church, I mean, the Catholic churches around here used to be full. Every single person I would know from school would be at Sunday school. We would all be at church on Sundays. Now, there is not anybody at the Catholic churches except for like a few old people that are still, Catholic and practicing Catholics. And to be honest, like immigrants and illegal immigrants.
Oh, every bishop is equal.
My point being that, as far as like the persecution of, the whole thing with what coming out about what they were doing to little boys, and I mean, maybe that was part of the devil's plan. He really made it a point to tempt priests over a certain generation. Or maybe it's just always going on. That's how it seems when you look at the Satanists. And, I don't, there's too much stuff that I've learned about Catholicism, but, teaches them.
Every bishop is equal to every other bishop, and they have to vote on things. There's not just one man who takes the decision and that's it. So that is also the seven-hilled city is Constantinople, Istanbul of today. And as we know, there are very few Christian Orthodox living there. I think it's just about 1,000.
Oh, wow. I can't. Istanbul in Turkey. I was going to do a video, but I couldn't go live last week about what's going on in Turkey. Do you guys know like what's going on in Turkey right now? It had calmed down for a little bit, but it's ramped back up between Turkey and Syria, which is Russian forces. It's ramped back up. Whoa, that's okay.
Seminary.
You got my attention now. Now she has my attention.
There are laws there in Turkey that says that the next patriarch has to be born in Turkey and go to the army, serve in the army, and go to the seminary of Halkis and all these things. And there is nobody else to take the place of the patriarch who's there today.
Erdogan.
From what I know,
Erdogan.
there's nobody else to take his place. So that's a tribulation. I think that the prophecy
Erdogan.
of Malachi.
Yeah, Erdogan. Which she's right. They did always have like kind of that succession and certain things that had to be done in order to lead. You got to remember these people. They come back from the Ottoman Empire that conquered Constantine and took over. From the Catholics. I mean the Christians. Well, the it was the Roman Catholics actually, but still Christians.
Current Pope being Francis, even though the family moved to Argentina, they're still considered Romans and Italians.
They're from Italy.
As we know, there are a lot of Italians living in Argentina. Now, the prophecy of the popes was first published by Benedictine monk Arnold Wion in 1595, attributing the claims to the prophecies of St. Malachi. And he gave very accurate descriptions of the popes to around 1590, and the lack of accuracy for the popes that followed that. And historians believe that the alleged prophecy is basically a fabrication written shortly before the publication. There are those who explain the prophecy's creation put forward by 17th century French priest Louis Moreri is that it was spread by Cardinal Girolamo Simoncelli to support his own bid to become Pope during the 1590 conclave to replace Urban VII. Who knows? So the prophecy, the Pope following Urban VII, is given the description of ex antiquitate urbis, or from the old city. And Simoncelli was from Orvieto, which in Italian is Urbe Vatanum, or the old city. Moreri and others say that the prophecy was made in an unsuccessful attempt to demonstrate that Simoncelli was to become Pope, that it was his destiny. And it's not the only piece of ancient text that's said to be reading the future. Many also claim Nostradamus, the French astrologer, physicist, and whatever. He wrote all those verses predicting the end of the world in his book, in his writings called Les Prophéties. So Science Channel's Nostradamus Dakota claims he made a reference to Armageddon in the preface of his famous text. So the narrator in that says 2013, although he lived 5 centuries ago, Nostradamus claimed he could see well into the future. Of course, he was not. A lot of people believe that he was a charlatan. These were not Christian prophecies, obviously, so they were the opposite. And because Nostradamus' quatrains were so vague, they could be used to be applied to anything. Now, the reference to the year 3797 is not coded in the quatrains of Nostradamus, but it's mentioned in the preface of his book of prophecies, and its literal meaning is not a warning but a confession. 3797 could be coded celestial reference, considering Nostradamus frequently used the astrology and astronomy for interpreting or for coming out with his prophecies. Now, the professor of French history at the University of Illinois says there is a simple reason why this is not true. He says Nostradamus was given his prophecies. He said they would be valid from the day that he wrote his preface, which was 1555, until the year 3797. He could not see beyond that. That does not mean that it's the end of the world. It just means that that was as far as he could see. All right, what can I tell you? I can tell you this in conclusion. Our prayers can change everything in the future. And our prayers are heard always by our Lord Jesus Christ. He hears everything. And he loves us. Remember what happened with the prophet Jonah? When the people of Nineveh all asked God to forgive their sins. And God relented. And he did not bring justice to them. So that's what we should do now. Because all the tribulations we go have to do with the earth being bombarded with our sins and its suffering.
Now, you know what? I'll. So that was. I didn't think that was gonna be a good video, but that was actually pretty good. She did a great job, and I like how it ended, and I totally believe that. Prayer is very important. I asked the other day for people to pray for my family member, as well as somebody who's part of our community that is going to stay unnamed, but our community that, we all really care about. I hope that I know that you guys did say those prayers. And I mean, look, a 90-year-old beat this virus that had us all in the house. Here in Massachusetts, we're still locked down to a point. I mean, I can't even get a haircut. They won't even, they don't even touch the beard. Anyways, so now, all right, before I show you, the last thing I want to show you is just like a list of everything that's going on tomorrow. But before I do that, I want to touch on this Mayan. Oh, it looks like it. You can see it like every year. All right. That's what I'm saying. It's not. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something interesting.
We all have our communities, our places, our people. Only now, all that's been.
Subscribe to our channel, press the bell icon, and never miss an update from latest lead.
I want to see how this goes. Let's see. What if it's June? Okay, so what I don't really get about the whole thing is, okay, so I get it. The Julie on the 11 and the math checks out. I was actually doing the math in my head, like roughly, and it checks out. I was like, it's around 7 to 10, yeah, so 8. Yeah, I'll take their word. So about 8 years. It says 8 years exactly, and it would work out to exactly, like an exact number like that. But wouldn't that just be December 21st of this year? Or is the Julian calendar just different? And in the Julian calendar, it would actually be June. Is that what this is? That's the only thing I can think of. Because you're saying 8 years. Okay, well, that would mean December 21st. But if you're really going by the Julian calendar, that's why I have to study up on the Julian calendar. And you know what? I'm probably gonna go live again tonight and talk about that in particular, if I come across if it bears fruit. So with that, let me just and by the way, I'd love to do a show tonight. You know what I'd really love to do is take calls. I would love to have a show where I take calls. I would really love to do that tonight. I haven't heard from you guys taking calls in a while. I would love to do that. Because now I have one of those things where I can like make it any number. You know what I mean? So like I can change my number so you call it and it'll still ring to my phone. Or I could even use like a different throwaway phone I have. I don't know which I'll do, but the last thing I want to leave us with is basically list of events. I don't know if there's going to be such a thing, but let's see. See, it's astrology. Why is it in June 20th? Did I write June 20th? By accident? No. Oh, I wrote June 2. Oh, I put some solstice. You think that'd be enough? It'll mark the International Day of Yoga, the World Music Day, and this is also what I find interesting. Father's Day. What better day for judgment than the Lord Father on Father's Day? An annular solar eclipse and the summer solstice and December, what would be the Mayan calendar's December 21st. According to if you go by the Julian calendar, it would actually be tomorrow. So all of those things, along with the Pope's vision, do I think anything's going to happen? Is it possible? Anything's possible. Especially these days with everything. Like I said, do I think it's no? But is it possible? Yes. With everything going on these days, I don't think the end of the world, but like a significant change that would lead to the end days. Even maybe like a rapture or something like that, and then the end days begin, something like that. But I can see that being possible. Anything's the way things are going right now, there's just too much being fulfilled. I'm telling you guys, read Revelations. Just read Revelations. It'll make a lot more sense. And then also, like we talked about the Revelation 12 sign, which occurred just about at the equinox. So that would be, 3.5 years ago. I'm sorry. Yeah, 3.5. Yeah, exactly 3.5 years ago. In 3 days, it would be exactly 3.5 years ago. By the Gregorian calendar. It's pretty crazy. It's the longest day of the year, of course, if you didn't know that. A lot of stargazing going on that night. And there's gonna be a lot of satanic stuff going on. Let me just add that in. I don't know. I don't really with the chance with some of these crazy things. I knew that the 66 best things to do in Seattle. That's weird. So we had the Juneteenth blackout. And you know what? I'm gonna do one last thing. I'm gonna check one last thing for you guys. Wait, didn't I say I was gonna show you guys how I do some of the Q stuff? How I maybe I'll do that tonight. I could do it. I just don't want to make the video too long. What just happened? Okay. All right. All right. So Q's been busy. We'll end on that. And you know what? I'll tell you if I see any patterns. Like I see it right away, and I can show you. Okay. So we'll end on Q. No pun intended. All right. Anyway, let me just show you guys what I mean by this. Like, let me see. Where's some stuff like this. Where was the because what'll happen is you take see the time here, 21. See, I have 25 here. But the thing is, you subtract the other way. So it would be 21 minus 25, right? So 21 minus, and what you do is you go up to wait, I can't even think right now. Is it? Daddy. Yeah. Oh, so cute. Manny. You look so cute. Yeah, I'm just well done here. My name is Manny. Oh, Minnie. You look like Minnie Mouse. Yeah. Yeah, but not how you. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah. I'm gonna be done really soon, okay? And I'm gonna come out and we'll play. Okay. All right, so that's my calling. But anyway, so check this out. All right, so like I'm gonna see if I can just figure out right now. I might need the one before it in order for it to make sense. But like it adds up. So like for instance, 25 21 minus 25, and it goes up to 60. So if this makes any sense, so basically it's 56 is the answer, because you know 25 is a bigger number, and you start at 60. Once you hit 0, you start working your way down from 60. So it's 56, right? So I don't know if anything back here though. So it would also, so first, wait, because it's all in the same day, and then it ends. Let's see. So you know, I might have to. Is this all the same day? And also, when there's like double ones like this, you use these. Let me see if I can make any sense of this for you guys. So, for instance, this one. All right, you see this? The 10th of March, 2018. The 10th of March, 2018. 8/29/12. 8/29/12. Now you use that. let's see, 8, 29, 12. How that now you would add it, I believe. Or is it you find the delta? 8, 29. So let's say 8, 29, 12. So the 8, 13 minus 8 is 5. What was the last one? 29. 30 minus 29 is 1. And then 5 minus 12, you would have to, so that would be 5 minus 12. So you have 7 down. So it would be 53. So what's that? 5, 1, and 53. Look at the next post. 14, 05, 01. See what I mean? And it doesn't end there. So March 10th. Did that just blow your mind? Do you guys get that? So the time is 8:29:12. And anytime that, he references something that from before, you take it with the time, 8:29:12. All right. And the delta, meaning the difference, is 5, 1, 53. Huh? What do you get? 14, 5, 1. Look at this. And then the next post. So you guys see that? The 5 and the 1? Isn't that crazy? So then it goes up and it goes up. So it goes 5 and 1. So I could have told you, there's a good chance he's gonna post, in the next hour, because that's the next time you have 5 and 1. Good chance it'll be, either 14:05:01 or 15:05. Usually the next hour, unless there's something else telling you otherwise. But then what's the last number? 53. Oh, there it is, 53. You guys see what I mean? And then 10th of March 2018. So you gotta, I don't know if the 10 stays with the June, but for now let's flip them. So what's the difference there? June and March. March is 3. June is 7. So that's 3. The 10 and the 17. That's 7 and 2. So 3 and 7 and 2. So you can use that here. I suppose 3, 7, and 2. But it's a date. That's the only thing. It could be something for the 20th. And you know what? We can find that out right now. It's 20th today. Let's just see I forget if it goes anywhere. 3, 7, 2. It's definitely 3. That's definitely the time between. Yeah. March 10th. Yeah. Yeah. 3, 7, 2. Because I was going to say 14 plus 3, but then it goes to 18. Five, 7, that's 12. See, I don't know if it goes with the time. I have to go with the date. And then 2 would make it 3. I don't, you know what? And sometimes, it carries on. But yeah, I don't think, I think that's going to be something with the date on the 20th. So we're coming up to the 20th. But you guys see how I take the time and I apply that. Oh, maybe I apply it to this. All right. What was it again? So I don't know which way to do it. Let's do it. So 10, the 23 or 16, 40 or 33, and 7. Let's see, but you know what? It'd be interesting to look at the 20th because I think it applies to, because it's a date, date to date. But sometimes that you can use the date and it'll work with the time. I mean, what are the chances that, I did that and it comes out exactly 5, 1, 53. You see what I mean? And so once you get up here, so now you know 18, 21, 53. And you subtract from this. So 53. No, it's 1 minus 53, right? Yeah, that's the way you do it. 1 minus 53. So that's kind of weird, right? To do something like that. But that'll end up coming out to actually no, that'll come out to so 1 minus 53. See, I shouldn't be doing this live. I should write it down first to make sure I got it. So according to that, it's 8. It will come out to 8. 5 minus 21 would come out to 16. Come out to 44. So we have 44 and 8. And usually you don't do the hour. That's the only thing. But if I was to do the hour, because it goes to 24, so 18, 14 minus 18, that would go to, I'm sorry, it would go to 20. So I got to remember those numbers now. 20. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing this live. 20. But this is how it works out. You see how I just worked that other one out? It really works out when you have a double, because then I know that's a starting point. That's how you find starting points. But anyway, so 20, 44, right? 44 and 8. 20, 44 and 8. And then you come to here. 20, 44 and 8. And so it has to be something here with this 9 too. So 20, 44 and 8. So let's just do the 25 and 44 minus 44. You know what? Which one's I just did this from this? You know what? This is the result of this. You know what? I think it's this to this. This is the one. All right. So this makes more sense. Okay. Okay. This makes more sense. All right. And I think you actually get some of the same numbers. This makes more sense. So 25. 21 minus 25 would come out to 56. 53 minus 41, that's easier, comes out to 12. So 56 and 12. We carry that on. And now remember, there's a 9 down here. So let's see if that comes into play. 56 and 12. Let me see how that comes into play here. Well, it seems to be a pattern here. 21, 25. Anyways, 56 and 12. 56 and 12. 56 and 12. you know what? This no. I'm sorry. There's something to it. I think I might have to. There's something in this Twitter post with numbers, but this is an example right here. I can do this one. I remember this one came to something. So 847, right? You take 847. All right. So I had this all figured out yesterday. This comes out to something crazy. It's like unbelievable. It comes out to this basically 306,223. Oh man, what was it? I see the 18s line up, I believe, and then you start. So 27 and 8. Is that it? Or did I need that 56 and 12? So like I believe like when it's something like this, you'd add it. So like 56 plus 8 is 4. You know what? I'll figure it. I'll refigure it out and do it live tonight. But you guys saw that one of the easier ones. But this one comes out to it easy. I forget what you do exactly. Oh, you can see, with the dates, actually, you can see it pretty clearly. Like 9, 9, and 7. That's a 2. 8, and 17 is a 9. Now, what's that 9 do, though? We do have that 9 from before. How did I figure this out last time? 20 from 18 is another 2. June is 6. What am I thinking? I'm thinking 7. So 9. So that's 3. So there's your 3, and you almost work backwards. And then just the 8 to 17 doesn't line up. But then you get the 20 to 18. That's a 2. 8 to 18 is a 10. How did I work this out yesterday? 7 to 52 to 45. That, present 45. I forget how I did this. I might have needed that earlier, what I just said, the 56 and the 8. I'm not going to do this live, but what I'm saying is this every single time I'm able to figure it. You guys saw me figure that one like live, so that was at least that I got that in. But I already did this one, so I know it comes out. It ends up coming out to this, which is freaking crazy. You just have to drop one number. I think it's like a 10, and you drop it to 0, and it'll work. But let's see. Let's come out to, and then the 45 is left over. So that 45 actually is part of it, but it's like left over. So it's like that number and 4, 5. That's the president. So only when evil is forced into the light can we defeat it. Only when they can no longer operate in the shadows can people see the truth for themselves. Only when people see the truth for themselves will people understand the true nature of their deception, difficult truths. And every time I look at it, I just want to start doing the math. You guys have no idea. I love it. Okay. Like, it blows me away. It just really does. Like every time. You just gotta figure it. And you start at a point like this, something like this. Like, Maybe instead of subtracting, adding works as well. There's all kinds of stuff. Anyways, you know, when it but only adding when it's like something like this. Sometimes adding is the way. Anyways, so they have the thin blue line. Now this is what I haven't seen. Haven't seen this. I don't even know if Q would want me to put that information out there that you can do that. But anyways, whatever. So there, you started pretty even here. 12:58. Remember I said something about going to the did it involve a 2? That's interesting. Remember what I said? Wasn't one of them a 12? Whatever. Okay. I forget what it was that I said might carry on. But anyways. SDNY. SDNY. Is that San Diego? Oh, let's see what this is. Yeah, I'm talking to John. Attorney General William P. Barr on the nomination of Jay Clayton to serve as U.S. Attorney for the of course. I'm thinking the Southern District of New York. Why is it important? The Southern District of New York has always been like, that's where the big cases go through. You know, that is, you know, if you're in that building, that's the place to be. Southern District of New York, that's where the big cases go. So nomination of Jay Clayton. All right. So yay. Okay. All right. So what's this have to do with anything? Let's see. Well, I mean, it's very important. So he makes it clear here. Importance of the Southern District, New York. Control. Oh, I mean, that's an understatement. Extremely important. The most important district by far. That's where all the action happens. Southern District of New York. That's just how it goes. Jurisdiction. Ooh, I haven't seen him mentioned in a while, but a lot of people forget about Wiener's laptop. Wiener's laptop might have had some crazy stuff about because Huma Abedin would use it. And she and Hillary did some crazy shit. And I've heard a lot of rumors. Wiener Evidence Collection, Clinton Foundation, Epstein. And another thing I heard is that a bunch of police in New York had been killed. Like detectives looking into some things had been killed. It was like really weird. It was like a bunch of detectives that were working on the same thing all ended up dying in weird ways, or like straight up murdered, or suicided. Clinton Foundation, Epstein Evidence Collection. That was the one where a lot of them got killed, by the way. And with the Clinton Foundation, Ukraine. I mean, all this at Southern District. New York. Focus on above for now. So for now, he's saying focus on the control of Southern District, New York, and these in particular. The Wiener Evidence, Clinton Foundation, Epstein Evidence Collection, at least, and Ukraine. And then again, so for now, but then I haven't seen this in a while. Watch New York City. Watch New York City again. I mean, the last time he put that, it caused havoc. That's very interesting. This is a big one. This is a big post. For anybody who like really follows it, you realize the significance of what is going on, what he's talking about. So let's see what this Twitter post is quick. Watch New York City. Interesting. It's got to be for the same reason that he said watch New York City 2 years ago. Statement of U.S. Attorney Jeffrey S. Berman on announcement by Attorney General Bob on the announcement that we just showed. I learned in a press release from the Attorney General tonight that I was stepping down as United States Attorney. I have not resigned and have no intention of resigning my position, to which I was appointed by the judges of the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. He's definitely a deep stater, definite deep stater. So he's trying to hold on to that position because he realizes a lot of people are going to be prosecuted through the Southern District of New York. Others, they're going to be prosecuted in a different way. Military tribunals. Or maybe that's just a diversion and they're all going to be prosecuted this way. I will step down when a presidentially appointed nominee is confirmed by the Senate. See what they're trying. Everything is about delay, so that we can do mail-in voting. We can, friggin' spread a. Maybe I'm really worried that they're going to. First of all, they got people out. That's spreading the virus. Now, the virus ain't that deadly, but numbers go up. It might be enough to get people. I mean, the governor of New York is already saying, "Hey, you guys keep it up, I'm gonna make you go back, make you go back in." But I don't think people are gonna go back in so easy. Also, what if they were to unleash? If this is truly man-made, then it can be released anywhere. Although a true virus has to be like injected or something. I don't know. And you hear that now it comes out that after all this time they've been talking about the asymptomatic people. Turns out asymptomatic, if you're asymptomatic, they just figured it out that you don't spread it. If you're asymptomatic, you don't spread it. This whole time, that was the whole fear that all these asymptomatic kids are gonna spread it to each other, and it doesn't affect kids that much, and they're all spread it. That's why they shut down schools, and now they're finding out that it's not asymptomatic. It doesn't matter. You don't spread it either. So, now this guy is trying to delay. It's all about delay, and pray that somehow this guy who's literally lost half his mind, like 90% of his wit, and he didn't have much to begin with. If you go to my Twitter page, I mean, it just shows like even when he was sound-minded and very sound-minded, I go back 10 years, I go back 20 years, I go back all the way to when he was 29 years old on my Twitter page. I might show it after. All right, this is going longer than I want. All right, I have no resign. I will step down. Until then, our investigations will move forward without delay or interruption. I cherish every day that I work with the men and the women in this office to pursue justice without fear or favor, and intend to ensure that this office's important cases continue unimpeded. So he's going against Barr replacing him. And guess what? Do you know why Bob wants to replace him? All those things we just named, the Wiener stuff, all that, right? He is obviously, not truly investigating the way he should. He's doing like a half-ass investigation when, if you put someone in there who's really trying to, get to the bottom of things, they're going to get to the bottom of Clinton Foundation, Wiener evidence collection, and Epstein. Oof, these are big ones. Ukraine. Well, you can see why they don't want to get to the bottom of Ukraine, because once you get to the bottom, you find Biden. Focus on above for now. Watch New York City. But they're saying it in this way. But the thing is, this was already said years ago. So they've been planning this. This has been planned. This has been planned for a long time. The guard refusing to step down. POTUS refusal to formally nominate. I know, isn't that weird? Why won't he formally nominate? Appointed to post by SDNY judges. Unusual. Removal of acting. So that's unusual. And they removed the person ahead of him was removed. And wow, that's what I think it says. Removal of acting. The stakes are high. They will fight. Super Bowl is greater than the puppy show. What? This is one of the most unusual things I've ever seen him say. Super Bowl greater than the puppy show. But then again, one thing that has been rumored and I think is legit is one of the codes that they use has to do with dogs. They mention dogs. They say, "Oh, my dog of 10 years," but it's some type of code that they use. And when you really look into it, it's amazing how much they talk about their dogs. Oh, here it is right here. See, here's an example. Here we go. All right. So it looks like someone already figured it out. So, U.S. Code, state attorneys. A, the president shall appoint by and with the advice and consent of the Senate a United States attorney for each judicial district. So the president can do it whenever he wants. Why not just do it now? I'm telling you, there's a plan in place. I mean, why wouldn't the president just do it? I mean, that's legit news. I mean, you just read what he said. You read what Ba said. And you know that the president has the power to do it. You would think he'd just do it. It boggles my mind. So that's weird. Okay. Huh. That's weird. And wait, what was B? Each United States attorney shall be appointed for a term of 4 years. On the expiration of his term, a United States attorney shall continue to perform the duties of his office until his successor is appointed and qualifies. Each United States attorney is subject to removal by the president. So, are we going to see this guy officially removed? I mean, Ba tried, and he won't step down. I mean, is he try? He just wants the president. He just wants. Do they want this? So look, June 10th, 2020. Do Anons understand what is about to be unleashed? And look at this. At 7:55. So meaning 5 by 5. And what's the 7 have to do with? Has to do with something. Well, June 12th, 2 days later. This was at 2010 Eastern time. 7. I don't know what the 7's all about, but he's definitely saying 5 by 5. So 7, 5 by 5. That's pretty freaking crazy. Do anons understand what's about to be unleashed? So exactly 2 days later, look at this. This is a Mike Pompeo tweet. A dog with a leash. I'm telling you, they use the dogs as like code, and this is an obvious one. It's unleashed. It's just carrying the leash in its mouth. And Q put on June 10th. So this is for people who think Q's fake. June 10th, 2020. All right. Do anons understand what is about to be unleashed? 2 days later, June 12th, 2020. And I wonder if, look at this, 2010, 38. If you just drop the zeros, 2, 3, 14. That's very interesting because it comes out to 14 and then 2 days. You put it in half, 7. Something they do it in code. I'm telling you, I figured it. Just right there, like 2, 3, 6, 8. That's 14. Breaking it to 2 days, 7, 7, 7, and then 5 by 5. Man, all good. I don't know. Maybe it's just simply the 2 at the beginning, and it's 2 days later, or maybe there's nothing to it. Maybe it's just 2 days later. But he just made sure to put the 5-5, and that's Mercer. I don't know. I don't know if there's any significance to that name. If I put numerical value to that name, I wonder what would happen. But I'm not going to do that right now. So there you go. 2 days later, unleashed. So Pompeo is signing off. He's like, oh yeah, it's about to be unleashed. And that was June 10th, and then confirmed on June 12th. And underneath, Q says correct. So Q's confirming to the anon that an anonymous person caught that. He caught Q saying how Q said that, and then the confirmation by Pompeo. Looks like it took 8 days to catch it. Or was that by design? 8 days, 7 days, 20, 12, yeah, 8 days. But it's really, when you think of it, like, I don't know. I'm trying to make the numbers work. All right, so now I'll tell you right now, there's something to this. All right, because the thing is, like, the person will post at whatever time, and whatever number Q is trying to get across. If let's say he's trying to make it 30, then he'll just post at 13:31. You get it? You know what I mean? He's kind of in control. He could do that. Well, unless it's AI, then it can do that. So, like, this is like one I could do real quick. So, you have the 43, and then this one's weird because you got the 0 and 19, which confuses me for a second, but it's gotta be, so that's 40, 41. Yeah, 41. So 43, 41. Oh, look at this time. 14, 15, 16. Really weird. Really, really weird. What am I missing? Maybe there's one I'm missing. Maybe one of these times, the 7:55. I'm missing something. Maybe it's the delta between those two. And it's almost like because of the 20, it makes you think it's backwards. Like 38, 10, 20. This one, yeah, I'm going to need some time because that is really weird. That 14, 15, 16 took a countdown. All right, let's read it first. I get caught in the numbers. I'm telling you, it sounds like kind of crazy, but I showed you guys how it worked. I found one that worked. Good, thank God, the first one I tried, it worked exactly. Boom, 5, 1, 53. Boom, boom, boom. Like that doesn't just happen. But right there, you have 43 and what appears to be the 0 with the 19. That's really weird. That's really weird. Maybe it just means, oh, but it's a delta. So it's 43, 41. Actually, it's 42, 41 with the delta because it's a higher number. 42, 41. Which over here, I mean, the numbers wouldn't be that far apart. It'd be 42, 41. Oh, okay. So hold on. So 42, 41. So 42, 41. So they would be one after the, you know what I mean? It would line up like this. You see that? See how that lines up? 15, 16. So it got to be something else. So 42, 41, 15, 16. They line up. It makes sense. That makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I was thinking 43, 41. Like, yeah, like what is what I'm saying by this, the delta? What is the time between this and this? It's not 43, 41. It's 42, 41. So they're in succession like that. 42, 41. Oh, you know what I was just thinking too? So the sometimes the reverse, 42, 41, that would be 19, 18. Whoa, I think I got it. 19, 18. I haven't, like, this just came out. 19, 18. There's no 17, but what 17? Q. 16, 15, 14. That's pretty crazy, right? You think that's what it is? It's gotta be. That's what it's gotta be. Think about it. 42, 41. For the sake of just doing the math, let me just say 15 minus 42. I think that's what it is. I mean, it makes so much sense, but just in case, 15 minus 42. So let's just say it's 40. Let's take the math. So 40. 33. So that'll be 33. And then 16 minus 41. Wouldn't that be the exact same? Let me just make sure. I'm pretty sure it would be. Um, I got 35. That's a 41, 35. So it's a higher number with a lower. So I got 33, 35 by subtracting. So I don't think that's what it is. Well, it's just Come on. Yes! All right, yes. Oh, I thought I lost it. Well, I did lose it. Guys, okay, now I know I'm on it. They don't, all right, let me get this in quick. All right, guys, look. You see that? I think that could be a countdown. Okay, that could be a countdown. And do you remember my original prediction, guys? What day? Let's see if it matches up. Holy shit. Okay. So the numbers, we know what they come out to, right? 19 and 18. Hold on. Fuck. Let me just excuse my language. One. What was the? Oh, 18, 19, right? 18, 19. That's what they. Oh no. I'm sorry. It came out to 43, 42. The the invert of those numbers is 18, 19. I mean, not 43, 42, 41, right? Because the time between 13:44:0 and 13:01:19, check the math, it's 42:41. 42:41. That's exactly what it is. Okay, because it could, 44 minus 1 is 43, but there's more seconds, so it really makes it one less. You know what I mean? So it's really 42, 41. And then I see the 16, 15, 14. I'm like, what is that? Well, you do the invert, you get from 42 and 41, you get 19, 18. Okay? Okay. And do you know what's even crazier is the 19 would be here. The because that's the 41, right? This is 41. So that's 19. So it goes 19, 18. These, cancel each other out. The 0 drops. 19, 18, 13, 13. They drop. 17 is skipped. Well, that makes sense. That's cute. 16, 15, 14. So we're 14 days away. We're 14 days away. That's what I think that means. I think we just busted this thing wide open. Now let's see. Wow. So what would that be? Do you remember? Wow, I was right on, I think. All right, so 10, so we're 14 or 13 days away, maybe. So let's say 13. So that would be and you guys can go back to when I was, where was I? I think I was like it was a few videos ago before the guy talking, the part 1, part 2. You guys will hear me say some dates. And I say June 30th. I say June 3rd. I said, first I gave you June 4th. That's when things pop. Then I said June 30th or December 2nd through 5th or something like that. You know what I mean? I said, but in particular, like the 2nd or 3rd or something like that. So that's what it's gonna fall in that window. It's gonna fall directly on that window, maybe directly on the number, because I was like 2nd through the. I said 2nd through the 4th, maybe the 2nd through the 5th of July. That's on high alert time. So whether it's 13 or 14, let's say 13. There's 30 days in June, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So 10. There we go. July 3rd. Is that not what I said, guys, the other day? I'm telling you, I've been nailing it on this stuff, and it's because it's legit. It's because it's legit. There's a lot of numbers. And by the way, any clowns that say, "Oh, he ain't no crypto," listen, this is the type of thinking you need to do and quick to be a crypto, and that's why it's just the way my mind works. Everyone's mind does different things better than others. So this one says, wow, that blows my mind, man. And the next one, by the way, the time is 14:44:07. And remember the 07? That 07 from what's his name? What is the 7? And the 44. It comes up so much. I think it's like a target. Like 7. There's something to do with it. It's like a target number. At 44. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that blew my mind. Unless you're supposed to do it the regular way. But now that's too coincidental. 19, 18. Then there's no 17, but that would make sense. 16, 15, 14. Right? And then it ends up falling in the exact time period that I laid out like 2 weeks ago. I gave a 3-day time period. It's dead in the middle. I actually think I said I had to go back to the video, but yeah, I say July 2nd or 3rd through the 4th, maybe to the 4th or 5th. So I basically like said, at first I think I said 2nd through 4th, and 3rd's dead middle, and then I did extend it to maybe the 5th because of the math. Wow. Okay, I'm like blown away. Okay, so what does this even say? CIA director. See, that's what I'm saying. Like there's the message. The message is always extremely important, but there's so much more to a post than just the message. And I just got confirmation by them doing that because I was checking my battery. I still had enough. But they're not shutting me down now, right? I'm still live. All right, cool. Nice. That's some crazy shit, right? So we got it. Boom. 19, 18. We know what 17 is. 15, 14. I know, 16, 15, 14. So what does that mean? You know what I think? D class. Remember Q said the other day, do you D class before or after they all testify? Because they subpoenaed 50 people. I put that in one of the last videos. Or maybe it was just it might have just been a post. They subpoenaed 50 people, if you guys don't know that. Like, it's like the whole Obama administration, like everybody from Brennan to Clapper to you name it, they're there. The only one I'm surprised I wasn't there was Valerie Jarrett, but she might come later. The big ones, it seems like they're saving for later. The Clintons, the Obama, the Soros. It seems like they're going to come later based on what they get out of these 50 subpoenas. So far, only one person went. And that one person, I'm pretty sure, is cooperating and has been cooperating. Rosenstein. The old acting attorney general. But then again, there's rumors that there was one little thing that he might have lied about. Why would he lie if he was? Well, maybe it just seems like a lie because people don't know the real timeline. I don't know. We'll see, though. We'll know. We will know soon. I know that much. All right. So CIA director, early 2017 to April 2018. That would be. Well, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be Brennan. Who was it right before Brennan? Was it Pompeo? No. It was Pompeo. So Pompeo was before Brennan. Wait. So Obama. Why didn't I know that? How did I not know that about Pompeo? Hold on a second. How did I not know that about Pompeo? How did I not know that? How did I not know that? Did you guys know that? How did I not know that? You know, you think that's something I would, just with all this stupid stuff I know, you think I'd know that? Yeah. Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. January 23rd to April 26th. And you had Gina Haspel under him, who ended up, preceded by. Wait. Oh yeah, what am I thinking? I'm sorry, my brain. I'm like thinking those numbers. That's why I'm thinking past those numbers. Of course, that's during the Trump administration in my head. But why does it have it cut off in 2018? Oh, because he became Secretary of State. I'm not thinking. Sorry about that. All right, guys. I don't know. I think it's been a long video. A lot of information. Obviously, it's Pompeo, and then he became Secretary of State. I don't know. My head. All right. Obviously, I'm thinking Obama. I was thinking like 2015, 16. You know what I mean? Like the numbers sometimes. Wow, that's when you know you're tired. All right, so yeah, that's obvious. Okay, so he was the CIA director. Yep, that's Pompeo. External Advisory Board CIA members during the time. Was Bill Barr a member of the board? Hopefully he answers that. What advantages might exist to incoming AG Barr regarding member of external advisory board? Now, I'm going to go on a limb and say, yes, he was. I mean, he's basically saying, what are the advantages? So, yeah, it sounds like he was on the board. It must be right. It must be according to the law. It must be proven. It's what you don't see. Durham is not the only game in town. You know, I have a feeling that could be to throw off the other side, because they do that a lot. They do head fakes, where it's not like, it's small things like that, where it's not exactly like screwing up the intel, but it's like the other side panics, and you force them to move, force the other side to react. Durham is not the only game in town. So I mean, then again, they've already referred to Bill Barr as the B-2 bomber, the stealth bomber in particular. Like he would come in last second and do some like stealth bombing. Well, that sounds a lot, when you start talking about how he was on the board CIA, and now he is Attorney General, and he's got to do it. Sometimes it seems like he's going against the grain. I've even had a source who wasn't so fond of him, but he might just be he might have I'm hoping that he's got his shit together and that this goes as planned. But I wonder if that's to throw them off or if that's just stating if they're at a point now. I if they're still trying to throw them off, then I'm sorry. I don't know. I feel like they have to be at a point by now where they got it all and they already know the end before it comes. So they can kind of, there's so many predictions that come true and they're just having the other side scatter and panic when they already have a foolproof plan because they have all the evidence to prove it. But they just know they got to do it by the book. And I think the other side the deep state knows that too. And one thing that's good about the coronavirus is that it's kept the president insulated. Because I'm telling you, they would not hesitate to take a shot at the president. There's been more attempts on the president, even lately, believe it or not. I mean, did you guys? Well, that was amazing. Did you guys see after Trump held up the Bible, the lightning struck? Whoa, that was crazy. That same night, the way it was striking in D.C. That was kind of freaky. Okay. And this is the last one. Justin. AG William Barr responds to the Southern District New York attorney, Jeffrey Berman. Unfortunately, with your statement of last night, you have chosen public spectacle over public service. I have asked the president to remove you as of today, and he has done so. Boom. Boom. See you later, buddy. Let me just make sure it's legit. Looks legit to me. Is it signed by the president, though? Is he just saying it? So the president just said that he'll do it. By operation of law, the Deputy United States Attorney, Audrey Strauss, will become the acting United States Attorney. That last name, Strauss, if I'm not mistaken, that's one of that's one of those families, Strauss. And I would have to assume that in that position, damn, I don't know how much I like that. I'm really like, you guys know I'm all in on this, but imagine if it ended up being something. Oh, I'm telling you, Strauss is those families, the Strauss family. I know it for a fact. Strauss is one of those families. So Audrey Strauss. Let me just look up the Strauss. Look at all the Strausses that come up. Strauss family. Look at that. See that? I knew it. I knew it. Oh, no. Oh man, I don't know how long it's been gone. Have I been gone long? So one of the Strauss family, okay? Did you see that though? Audrey Strauss. I'm telling you, that last name Strauss worries me. It worries me a lot. That's I knew it right away. I was like, that's one of the 13 bloodlines. Well, I do a little search. Sure enough, I knew it. I just knew Strauss is one of those. For look what comes up. Current controversies on family, right? Bloodlines of the Illuminati, Central Intelligence Agency. So from the CIA, which was mentioned in the Q post prior, right? It was mentioned in the Q post prior. What was that name? Spring Meyer. Oh, I was gonna say, because you know what's another one of them? People don't realize. Springsteen. That's one of the families as well. And we're talking Bruce Springsteen. Yeah, that one. Come on, where's the family? Are you gonna list the families? All right, the Astor family. Oh, that's the one that they set up. They set him up. He was like so rich, and the Rothschilds set him up, had him on. That Titanic did not hit an iceberg. That Titanic was taken down a different way. I'm telling you, because Astor was on it. Basically the richest people in America who were also against having a central bank. And then all of a sudden, right after that, that's when we lost the Fed. So the Astor family, is it going to mention? They're not going to get it that deep into it. See, they arrived, but then that's the thing. They got killed off. He got killed. They killed him. He died on the Titanic, and so did some other very influential people. There are 13. The Astor family revisited with information on their Chandler branch. Yeah, see, it all ended for them. They're not around anymore. John Jacob Astor, they're gone. They're gone. So, 13 top bloodlines. Yeah, he came to America and then he died on the Titanic. But I guess they maybe had a bigger family. But he was the one. He was the one in America. I know that. And oh, what the fuck, man? Oh, okay. Well, this is a long. The Bundy, huh? Bundy. Imagine what's his name? That famous Bundy is part of it. No, that'd be too crazy. The Collins, I've heard of that. I wonder if that Georgia representative is part of them. Well, anyway, Strauss is in here because it, like, it was there. It's the first thing that popped up. The DuPonts. Just you guys know. It's good to know. That way, like right now, like when I saw that name, I knew it. The Freeman. I think that includes Morgan Freeman. I mean, usually they stay the Kennedy family. You know about that. And I mean, he was like the President Kennedy. His father was big time mob up here in Boston. Big time. I mean, he's the reason why Bulger was able to do the Lee family, the Chinese family, Lee family. And these are the Illuminati bloodlines. I mean, this guy seems to know a lot. Look at this. I mean, this is like a well-written document. Wow. It's just, I just wish it wasn't so long right now. Onassis bloodline. Rockefeller. This will be a long one. Rothschild must have been. Yep, the Rothschild. This one could go forever. Damn. Oh, you know what? I might have George Peabody. Did I Morgan connection? I might have skipped one. Going through this. Maybe not. No, maybe not. It's just this long. Oh my. I mean, they do have a history and continue to. Come on. Oh yeah, they made money off every war. I mean, they're the ones. They're the ones. Although, you know what? Word is, they're the ones, but there's one other family that might not be as rich, but is more powerful and in a way more rich because of their power. So there's another family, the Russell bloodline. Because, Illuminati is big in Hollywood. So you're going to see a lot of that. Look at that. I mean, he has numbers. This is a good document to read if you have like time. I don't have the time now. The Merovingian bloodline. And that, some of these guys, a lot of them actually, they'd be more so like producers, the skill of lying, the art of deceit, the Disney bloodline. Huh. Disney, but it's not ran by like I don't think it's ran by somebody with the last name Disney anymore, right? Like, who owns Disney? That's a good question. I'd like to look that up. This has been a long show, though. I don't. This is what always happens. I mean to do a short show, and it turns into this long show, and people miss all this like crazy stuff at the end. Whatever. I'll change this. I'm gonna change the title a little bit, and then put like time markers. Because anyone who watches the show knows that this happens sometimes. We get off topic a little bit. All right, my hand is killing me. This is crazy. Reynolds. Is it possible to just search? McDonald family. Haven't I already done? Hasn't it been 13 by now? Where the hell is the Strauss? Where's Strauss? I mean, it's definitely German Jew. That's what I don't mean to say it like that, but German Jewish. Whatever. We know they're in there somewhere. They're connected with one of those families, so they're in it. So it does like Let me see. So let's look her. Let's I want to look her up, and then I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good at that point. So here's the boom. Wow. So that was like, do you see how Q already knew it was going to happen earlier today? I mean, earlier today, he puts it out. The guy's all, acting cocky about it. Q knew what the plan was. How would he know? This just broke. 338, just in. William Bott. I mean, do you think Q was talking about that for no reason earlier today? He knew. He knew what was going to happen. They already knew. They're like, if this guy, doesn't step right down and gives us any shit, they already had the plan ready. They always talk about how we have the plan, and then we also have like contingency plans to keep the plan. You know what I mean? Like they have like every possibility covered. And if you're using the type of technology that we're aware of on this show, that's easy. You can do that. I mean, just what what you can do with a world simulator, and they have actual nodes that they have so much information on us. Like for instance, my node is probably like exactly like me, and that poor node thinks it's really me. Like that's how it works. It's just they have so much like data on me because I've done so many shows. Like I avoid Facebook, but then again on YouTube, there's just so much data on me that my node would be pretty accurate. Although I think the nodes are pretty accurate no matter what. I mean, the level of surveillance is just, I couldn't imagine what it is these days. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, so I wanted to check her name. Her first name. Wasn't it Audrey or Agnes? Audrey Strauss. So she's going to be the acting United States attorney. So for now, while they're trying to get in their guy, what's his name again? Jay Clayton. So while they're trying to get Jay Clayton in, it's going to be Strauss. So Strauss is going to play an important role. She's going to be the one. And now the good part is it's the Senate. So, I mean, the Senate, that's why they said, like, even the Q team said way before the midterms, they were like, it's all they cared about was the Senate. And they predicted exactly what it was going to be. And it came out to that exact number. I mean, how they did that, I don't know. That started making me think, like, okay, are they using some type of, like, the quantum mechanics, knowing that there's other dimensions? Are they using some type of thing? Remember they even mentioned Project Looking Glass? The president took a look through the Project Looking Glass or something like that. Yeah, look up her right here. Project Looking Glass. See? through the looking glass. They rely on the MSM to keep narrative going, but tech is entrenching on their controls. They missed this in 2016, and that's why they tend to censor now due to CIA cash infusions. This will fail. Wow, this is way back. This is one of the first posts. Wait, they mentioned Project Looking Glass, but then they mentioned it again in 2019. I don't remember that. Project Looking Glass, going forward in order to look back. Isn't that crazy? Going forward in order to look back. I think that they're pointing to something here. Dang, so there's an IP address, not a date. Oh yeah, that whole 11/18 thing, 11/11/18. Yeah, because everyone was thinking that's Veterans Day, so it's gonna happen on 11/11/18. Guess what? Look at America will be unified again. 11/11/18. Guess what? That ended up being an IP address of the IP address of something that's very important. I forget what though. But no, there's another one. Since you got to get it exactly right. Like if it's uppercase G, you got to make sure it's uppercase. Actually, no, it still showed it. LASS showed up all that. Oh. So there's only one. Did they delete? Did like that get deleted? The one POTUS. Took a look or something like that. Oh man. They keep mentioning suicide watch here. Today, evil lost control, leverage of Iran. Took control of Iran. Penetrating council gain more ammunition, intel against them. Suicide watch. Post took a peek or something like that. Peek. You know what? Again, this is another one of those subjects. I have to go back and watch the video to remember all the things I promised you guys. But I said I would take a look at a lot of this stuff. Something like took a peek. It was way at it's like right at the beginning. Like he took a peek. I mean, if you look back, all this stuff is legit. Alice in Wonderland. That's Hillary and with Saudi Arabia, and then we ended up killing off all of the guy who now is their leader, killing off all his cousins. The Muslim Brotherhood and Huma. Anyways. Okay. So, with that, it's been a long show. Okay. So, with that, I just want to say thank you guys. Be safe. Tomorrow, it's going to be a crazy day. I mean, it's one of those situations. It's like all these things lining up. So, according to the Julian calendar, it lines up perfectly that tomorrow is actually the Mayan December 21st, 2012. That's what it would be. I found that very interesting. And at the same time, the Pope, with his revelations, and just kind of my feeling on him the whole time. Yeah, Levi Strauss. Yeah. He was like the main one. He was like the first one. Yeah. That's what it is. Levi Strauss. Good job, Lori. Lori got that. Thank you. Yeah, it's Levi Strauss. That was the one I was looking for. I just wanted to like see it shown as one of the bloodlines. Either I missed it or it's not one of the 13. I thought it was one of the 13 top ones, but whatever. I'll look into her. Oh, I didn't even look into her. I said I would. Let me do it real quick. Audrey, right? I want to know what passed. All right, so it looks like Trump put her there, or at least she just came in while Trump was president, from Barnard College, and a Juris Doctor from Columbia Law School. From 1763, serves assistant for the Southern District of New York. She's definitely qualified. Wow, they already got today's news in there. Oh, no, they don't. On June 19th, so he made that announcement, but then the guy started saying, no, I'm not stepping down. Oh, and they already added it. On June 20th, the president had fired him named Strauss. Wow, they already let it in there. They're quick. I mean, that just happened. It's been 3 hours, so. Strauss is married to John Rusty Wing. What the hell? Who is this guy? That's okay. I'm ending the show after this, but who the hell is John Rusty? Or maybe he just goes by the name Rusty. Rusty Wing. I guess he's known. Look at him. John Rusty Wing, American Confederate. Confederate Conference Institute. What the hell? So he's a lawyer. Rusty Wing received. I don't know why that's so funny to me. I don't know if I'm just exhausted. It's a little man long show. Rusty Wing. This guy. Wow. Look at this guy. Any news? Any dirt? You're gonna get a lot of other stuff when you look up someone like images. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see this John Rusty Wing. Is that him? Lafayette movie shit. Is this him? Yeah, it's gotta be him. John Rusty Wing. Financial fraud law blog. I hope he's clean. And I don't know. But then again, you know what? Anyone can make a story about their enemy. I mean, if I just went by media, I would think Trump is, the Antichrist. I mean, seriously. Oh, so he's just appointed. All right, just taking a look at him. All right, guys. Just taking a look. All right. So yeah, so tomorrow, I'm not gonna say when my birthday is, but it's basically around that time. So I'll be doing that. I'd love to come live tonight. That was pretty crazy. First of all, just being able to show you guys right off the bat, boom, 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 like the way like the Q numbers line up, how you can just like take one, subtract from the past, and you get the future. You know what I mean? So I showed you guys that, and then just as simple as inversing. We got perfect 19, 18, blank, 16, 15, 14. Well, we know what the blank is. That was 17. We're at 14. I'm saying July 3rd, guys. Watch out. July 3rd. If that's right, it would be 13th, 3rd or 4th. 3rd or 4th. I'll figure out exactly what it is. But I'm going to have to watch the show back because I made a lot of, I'll do that later in the show, proclamations. So, and they were mostly around the same time. I watched that part. And ended up being way longer than I expected, and it's over 5 hours now. Oh my god! Oh, over 5 hours. And the title says what that I was talking about. What was my main first topic? I don't even remember. It's been 5 hours. What was my first topic? It was big too. It was huge. Oh yeah, the cures, of course, the cures. Isn't that crazy? So I mean, if you guys are just joining now, you definitely want to check out the rest of the show. So hopefully YouTube doesn't screw around. All right, YouTube, pretty please. And if anybody wants to donate, thank you, Brandy. That's how to do it. And I just want to say God bless you to all of you. Just because it's kind of crazy. We came across a lot of coincidences when we started digging on the 21st. Well, a lot came of that. And that like makes you think about the countdown too. Because where did it end? 19, 18, blanks, 16, 15, 14. So 13. Very like unlucky number. 13. Ooh. Yeah. So yeah, 13 isn't exactly the best number to end on. That would be the next in succession. So yeah, so just pray and I don't know. A lot lines up. I just found that crazy that the Julian calendar, if you actually want to figure out when the Mayan calendar predicts the end, it's actually tomorrow. So for all that hoopla about December 21st, 2012, all that, movies, everyone was talking about it. It was like mainstream conspiracy theory, which is never true. If you go by the Julian calendar, which was the calendar before the Gregorian, it didn't predict the sun's rotation as well, and you actually lost 11 days. Well, when you take those 11 days and multiply them by how many years it's been, and then divide it by you multiply it and then divide it by how many years it's been, you get exactly 8 years. 11 days each year, and you multiply it up and then divide it by the years, you get 8 years. So I'm thinking, well, that should be December 21st. But I guess the Julian calendar is different. It would actually come out to now. It would actually come out to tomorrow. So that's crazy, and it happens to be the Ring of Fire, Solstice, Father's Day, the Father, you know. I don't know. It's just a lot. That struck me, you know. And then the whole cute thing. A lot of cool show. Very good show. I meant to change the subject. I just wish it wasn't so long. Who has over 5 hours to watch this? I mean, you know, my like watchers do. I know you guys like make the time, and because you guys understand like what we've done on this channel, we've uncovered things and we've known things before they happen. It's happened time and time again, and it looks like it's gonna happen again. So, on that note, you guys all take care. I hate how many times I've said I'll see you tonight, and I'm not there. I really hope I'm here tonight. Okay, so I want to kind of just make a few corrections, and honestly, I want to take calls. I would love to take calls. Should I do it tonight or should I do it tomorrow night? Because this show has been so long, I don't want to make a promise and then not keep it. Okay, so if not tonight, you'll definitely hear from me within 24 hours from then. All right. Yeah, it might even just be a short one. And I do actually want to give people time to watch this show before I start another one too. That's another point. So the point is, you'll see me soon. I'm going live again. I took advice from a source. It worked. She said to lay low. I guess they were knocking people down this past weekend, past 10 days. I was told to take that time off, so I did. And red pill dispensary. Good show, guys. Thank you. And if anybody wants to donate, that's the way to do it. And before I leave, and I'm going to do this in the next show because it's such a long show, no one's going to see this. I want to give a special thank you to my very good friend out there in New Mexico. Don't pull. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm getting two names mixed up. Well, first, Tony, I want to thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm not mixing up two people. Dame, right? I'm just making sure it's you, Dame. Dame. There's another name that's similar. But Dame, New Mexico, right? Thank you so much. She was so generous. You guys have no idea. So generous. And you know, I've been any donation goes towards the green screen. And basically it's like, you know, Tony, like whenever he can, he's like, you know, he just does what he can. And he's helped me get towards the green screen. But she just said for your family. And it really helped at the time. Things were really tough. And I just want to make sure that it was you, Dane. Okay, all right. I knew it, but I just had to make sure. Thank you. Dame is here. Thank you so much, Dame. That meant a lot. Like, I don't think you realize. Like, I didn't want to really like let you know at the time. Like, you know, things really sucked, and it was like, and it lifted our spirits. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you. And the next show will be a call-in show. But I have so much I want to report to you guys that I have from before. Some of it has aged. but a lot of it's the type of information that doesn't age. So I can't wait to share that information, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show. And God bless, and let's all hope that if tomorrow is indeed the day, that it's going to be glorious for us Christians, and that God will be merciful in His judgment. But I just don't think that that's the case. I think that if anything, maybe a rapture date, and then it begins, because there's too many things that haven't happened yet that need to happen, as far as like, you know, the Antichrist and all that. But I'm thinking more like along the lines of potential pre-trib rapture, if that was to be the case, or mid-trib, with the way things have been going, and the Revelation 12 sign that we went over from September 23rd, which was basically also an equinox, whereas solstice. But I don't know. Anyways, thank you all. God bless. Red Pill Spencer.